Right, here we go. All right, so now we're going into business impact analysis concepts. So, business impact analysis performs risk assessment by documenting the workflows that run the organization, the critical assessment and assets and systems that support them. Key metrics quantify how much downtime those systems can withstand. As a security professional, you'll often be asked to produce this type of analysis. Okay. Oh, hey, what's up? Hello. Hello, Poppet. All right, so business impact analysis is the process of assessing what losses might occur for a range of threat scenarios. For example, if a DDoS attack suspends an e-commerce portal for 5 hours, the business impact analysis will be able to quantify the losses from orders not made and customers moving permanently to other suppliers based on historical data. The likelihood of a DOS attack, denial of service attack, can be assessed on an annualized basis to determine annualized impact in terms of cost. You then have the information required to assess whether a security control, such as load balancing or manage DDoS, I know it's denial of service, I forget what the extra D is for, mitigation, is worth the investment. The BIA, Business Impact Analysis, identifies risks. Business Continuity Plan, BCP, identifies controls and processes that enable an organization to maintain critical workflows in the face of some adverse event. The term continuity of operations, planning, COOP, refers to the same sorts of activities when undertaken by a government agency rather than a business. Mission essential functions. A mission essential function, MEF, is one that cannot be deferred. This means that the organization must be able to perform the function as close to continually as possible, and if there is any service disruption, the mission essential functions must be restored first. Functions that act as support for the business, or a MEF, but are not critical in themselves, are referred to as primary business functions. Analysis of mission essential functions is generally governed by four main metrics. Maximum tolerable downtime, MTD, is the longest period of time that a business function outage may occur for without causing irrecoverable business failure. Each business process can have its own maximum tolerable downtime, such as a range of minutes to hours for critical functions, 24 hours for urgent functions, 7 days for normal functions, and so on. Maximum tolerable downtimes vary by company and event. Each function may be supported by multiple systems and assets. The maximum tolerable downtime sets the upper limit on the amount of recovery time that system and asset owners have to resume operations. For example, an organization specializing in medical equipment may be able to exist without incoming manufacturing supplies for 3 months because it has stockpiled a sizable inventory. After 3 months, the organization will not have sufficient supplies and may not be able to manufacture additional products, therefore leading to failure. In this case, maximum tolerable downtime is 3 months. Recovery time objective is the period following a disaster that an individual IT system may remain offline. This represents the amount of time it takes to identify that there is a problem and then perform recovery, restore from backups, or switch in an alternative system, for instance. Work recovery time, WRT. Following systems recovery, there may be additional work to reintegrate different systems, test overall functionality, and brief system users on any changes or different working practices so that the business function is again fully supported. Recovery time object plus work recovery time must not exceed maximum tolerable downtime. Recovery point objective is the amount of data loss a system can sustain, measured in time. That is, if a database is destroyed by a virus, an Recovery point objective of 24 hours means that the data can be recovered from a backup copy to a point not more than 24 hours before the database was infected. For example, customer leads database might be able to sustain the loss of a few hours or days worth of data. The salespeople will generally be able to remember who they have contacted and rekey the data manually. Conversely, order processing may be considered more critical, as any loss will represent lost orders, and it may be impossible to recapture web orders or other processes initiated only through the computer system, such as linked records to accounting and fulfillment. Maximum tolerable downtime and recovery point objective help to determine which business functions are critical and also to specify appropriate risk countermeasures. For example, if your RPO is measured in days, then a simple tape backup system should suffice. If RPO is 0 or measured in minutes or seconds, a more expensive server cluster backup and redundancy solution will be required. Identification of critical systems. To support the resiliency of mission, essential, and primary business functions, it is crucial to perform an identification of critical systems. This means compiling an inventory of business processes and assets that support them. Asset types include people, employees, visitors, and suppliers. Tangible assets, building, furniture, equipment, and machinery plant. ICT equipment, electronic data files, and paper documents. Intangible assets, ideas, commercial reputation, brand, and so on. Procedures, supply chains, critical procedures, standard operating procedures, SOPs. For mission essential functions, it is important to reduce the number of dependencies between components. Dependencies are identified by performing a business process analysis for each function. The business process analysis should identify the following factors: inputs, the sources of information for performing the function, including the impact if these are delayed or out of sequence; hardware, the particular server or data center that performs the processing; staff, and other resources supporting the function; outputs, the data or resources produced by the function; process flow, a step-by-step description on how the function is performed. Single points of failure. Each IT system will be supported by hardware assets, such as servers, disk arrays, switches, routers, and so on. Reducing dependencies means the system design can more easily eliminate the sort of weakness that comes from these devices becoming single point of failures. SPOF. A single point of failure is an asset that causes the entire workflow to fail if it is damaged or otherwise not available. Single point of failures can be mitigated by provisioning redundant components. Metrics for asset reliability can help to determine when and how much redundancy is required. Some of the main KPIs, I don't remember that one off the top of my head, relating to service availability are as follows: mean time to failure, MTTF, and mean time between failure, MTBF, represent the expected lifetime of a product. Mean time to failure should be used for non-repairable assets. For example, a hard drive may be described with a mean time to failure, while a server which could be repaired by replacing the hard drive would be described with an MTBF, which is mean time between failures. You often see mean time between failures used indiscriminately. However, for most devices, failure is more likely early or late in life, producing the so-called bathtub curve. Bubbles. Mean time to failure. Mean time between failures can be used to determine the amount of asset redundancy a system should have. A redundant system can fail over to another asset if there is a fault and continue to operate normally. It can also be used to work out how likely failures are to occur. The calculation for MTBF, or mean time between failures, is the total time divided by the number of failures. For example, if you have 10 devices that run for 50 hours and 2 of them fail, the mean time between failures is 250 hours. So 10 devices times 50, and then you divide it by the number of failures. The calculation for mean time to failure for the same test is the total time divided by the number of devices. So 10 times 50 divided by 10, with the result being 50 hours. Mean time to repair, MTTR, is a measure of the time taken to correct a fault so that the system is restored to full operation. This can also be described as mean time to replace or recover. This metric is important in determining the overall recovery time objective. NIST has published a guide to resiliency and IT contingency planning, SP 800 Tech 34, available at that publication. Oh, disasters. In terms of business continuity, a disaster is an event that can threaten mission essential functions. For example, a privacy breach is a critical incident, but it is probably not a direct threat to business functions. An earthquake that destroys a data center is a disaster level event. Disaster response involves many of the same principles and procedures as incident response, but at a larger scale. Internal versus external. An internal disaster is one that is caused by malicious activity or by accident by an employee or contractor, anyone or anything whose presence within the company or organization has been authorized. Internal disaster also encompasses system faults such as wiring causing a fire. Conversely, external disaster events are caused by threat actors who have no privileged access. External disaster includes disasters that have an impact on the organization through wider environmental or social impacts, such as disruption of public services or impacts to the supply chain. Person-made. A person-made disaster event is where one human agency is the primary cause. Typical examples, other than devastating cybersecurity incidents, include terrorism, war, vandalism, pollution, and arson. There can also be accidental person-made disasters, such as cutting through power or telecoms cabling. Environmental. An environmental disaster or a natural disaster is one that could not be prevented through human agency. Environmental disasters include rivers, sea floods, earthquakes, storms, disease, and so on. Natural disasters may be quite predictable, as is the case with areas prone to flooding or storm damage or unexpected, and therefore difficult to plan for. Most natural or environmental disasters can also have a human or artificial source. For example, flooding might be more likely because dams are not adequately maintained. A wildfire could be the result of arson or poorly maintained power infrastructure. Site risk assessment. Where cybersecurity generally has financial impacts, site safety can have impacts to life and property. A site risk assessment evaluates exposure to the following types of factors. Risk from disaster events such as earthquakes, flood, and fire. These events can occur naturally or from person-made causes. Risk from disruption to utilities such as electrical, water, and transportation. These risks are higher in geographically isolated sites. Risk to health and safety from on-premises electromechanical systems or chemicals. Disaster recovery plans. Disaster recovery plans, DRPs, describe the specific procedure to follow to recover a system or site to a working state following a disaster level event. The disaster recovery plans should accomplish the following: identify scenarios for natural and non-natural disaster and options for protecting systems. Plans need to account for risk, a combination of likelihood the disaster will occur and the possible impact on the organization and cost. There's no point implementing disaster recovery plans that financially cripple the organization. Business case is made by comparing the cost of recovery measures against the cost of downtime. The recovery plan should not generally exceed the downtime cost. Identify tasks, resources, and responsibility for responding to a disaster. Who is responsible for doing what? How can they be contacted? What happens if they are not available? Which functions are most critical? Where should effort first be concentrated? What resources are available? Should they be pre-purchased and held in stock? Will the disaster affect availability of supplies? What are the timescales for resumption of normal operations? Train staff in the disaster planning procedures and how to react well to change, as well as restoring systems. The disaster recovery plan should identify stakeholders who need to be informed about incidents with impacts to life and safety. There may be a legal requirement to inform the police, fire service, or building inspectors about any safety-related or criminal incidents. If third-party or personal data is lost or stolen, the data subjects may need to be informed. If the disaster affects services, customers need to be informed about the time to fix and any alternative arrangements that can be made.
The disaster recovery process is something that's supposed to go according to plan. So let's take a look at some folks' idea of what that plan needs to be. I have an example here from IBM that's available online where they talk about a disaster recovery plan. And they put it into several different sections here. And they talk about the major goals. And I'm going to jump, though, to the idea of personnel. When it comes to personnel, it's very important to assemble the right kind of personnel. Now, I don't think you just stick with data processing personnel. When it comes to when it comes to disaster recovery, the various personnel that are responsible for coming up with the process and implementing the process include technical and non-technical individuals. And by technical individuals, I mean from your IT server operators to your application developers. All of them need to have an input here, but also there are people who will be very much involved depending on the nature of your organization. By non-technical people, I'm talking about executive management. If you are in a publicly traded company, executive management has to have an accurate, succinct, and proper story to tell to folks, whether it be shareholders or whomever. That means that public relations folks, even marketing folks, will want to be brought in. When it comes to doing a disaster recovery process, those personnel, again, could even include sales folks and others so that they know the kind of message to give to individuals. So the personnel is a very important part of that step. The next step is you take an inventory of your applications, the type of applications that are in here. And in this little document here that's been put together, the idea is, what is the application being run here? And that application can be something as arcane or as technical as an actual application running on a server. Well, it's a Java app, or it's some sort of business application. And as you put together additional inventory, you can talk about not only applications, but actually the systems, the servers, the disks, the models, all of those technical concerns that you think about. As you put together these emergency response procedures, then you can basically put together a proper checklist. And as you put together that checklist, you now have a plan to where you can notify senior management about about what has happened. You have a disaster recovery team that has made it possible for you to go through the plan. And the idea, once again, is that you're not just focusing only on those technical issues. You're actually focusing on the disruption to the organization's business or the organization's processes, and how to then convey that message, and then how to go about restoring those services as quickly as possible.
Oh, well. I was hoping I could delete this. I don't think I'll be able to delete that until I get onto my account online. Oh well, whatever. Moving on. Functional recovery plans. Because disasters are extreme and hopefully rare events, it is very difficult to evaluate how effective or functional a recovery plan is. There are 4 principal methods for assessing the functionality of recovery plans. Walkthroughs, workshops, and orientation seminars, often used to provide basic awareness and training for disaster recovery team members. These exercises describe the contents of DRPs, disaster relief plans, and other plans, and the roles and responsibilities outlined in those plans. Tabletop exercises. Staff ghost the same procedures as they would in a disaster without actually creating disaster conditions or applying or changing anything. These are simple to set up, but do not provide any sort of practical evidence of things that could go wrong, time to complete, and so on. Functional exercises. Action-based sessions where employees can validate disaster relief plans by performing scenario-based activities in a simulated environment. Full-scale exercises, action-based sessions that reflect real situations. These exercises are held on-site and use real equipment and real personnel as much as possible. Full-scale exercises are often conducted by public agencies, but local organizations might be asked to participate. Okay, what factor is most likely to reduce a system's resiliency? Risk. Single points of failure. No. I'll just say no. True or false? Response time occurrence expresses the amount of time required to identify and resolve a problem within a single system or asset. True. Yeah. What is measured by mean? Crap. It's two between failures. The amount of time it takes to recover from a failure. Mean time between failures represents the expected reliability of product over its lifetime. I'm going to go with that. What is a tabletop exercise? It is a discussion about a scenario that could occur. Discussion-based drill of emergency response procedures. Staff may role play and discuss their responses, but actual emergency conditions are not simulated. I would say yes. Why are exercises an important part of creating a disaster recovery plan? So that way people can understand what they need to do in the event of an emergency. Full-scale or functional exercises can identify mistakes in the plan that might not be apparent when drafting procedures. It also helps to familiarize stuff with the plan. I got half of it. All right. Management of a company practices qualitative risk. When assessing a move of systems to the cloud, how does the company indicate any identified risk factors? With no, with the classification system. Okay. Qualitative risk assessment uses categories or classifications such as irreplaceable, high value, medium value, or low value. An exposure factor is a percentage of the asset value that would be lost in the event of an incident. Annualized loss expectancy is the amount that would be lost over the course of a year. To calculate the annualized loss expectancy, multiply the SLE by the annualized rate of occurrence, single loss expectancy. Transference means assigning risk to a third party, such as an insurance company or a contract with a supplier that defines liabilities. Okay, a critical server has high availability requirement of 99.9999. Solve the maximum tolerable downtime in H8 in hours, minutes, and seconds to conclude which option will meet the requirement. I know there's 365 days in a year. So if we say 365 days in a year, multiply that by 365 days, 1 year. And then we're going to go to 1 day is equivalent to 24 hours. So that would be like 365 times 24, 2, 6, 2, 14, 0. All right, 0, 3, 1. Oh. So that's 12,760 hours. And we want 0.99%. Actually, we just want 0.01%. It has to be highly available. So multiply 1%. So that's 0, 6, 7, 2, 1, 0, 0, 0. All right. Ooh. So that was not what I was trying to do then. All right, I'm just going to do this. All right, the maximum tolerable downtime metric states the requirements for a particular business function. High availability is usually described as 24/7. For a critical system, availability will be described from 99% to 99.9999%. In this scenario, the requirement is 99.99%. All right, so it's going the right direction. Resulting maximum downtime of 52 minutes, 34 seconds. Calculating for a non-leap year, the total number of minutes is 365 days times 24 hours. I guess they went by minutes, but they said hours right here, but whatever. Okay, times 60. 0.1% of that is 52.56. Okay. So they went to minutes then on that one. Okay. So I should have gone to minutes, not hours. I didn't go far enough, guys. So 0.56 minutes is 33.6 seconds, resulting in 52 minutes and 34 seconds when rounding to the nearest second. Since 49.23 is less downtime than the maximum requirement, this results in the system meeting the requirements. Okay. Okay, so that was more than the max, and that's why. Okay. Fine. Okay. A company has 37 servers that runs for 125 hours. So 37 servers run for 125 hours. Three servers fail. Mean time between failures. Let's go in here. So 125 times 37 makes for 4,625. We had 3 that failed, so we're left at 1,541.6. None of those. All right, let's do this. Calculation for mean time. You had 3 servers that failed, not 30. What? Wait, what? Where did you guys get your math? What? Hang on. Calculation for mean time between failures is the total time divided by the number of total failures. Well, there's only 3 failures. Okay, so in this scenario, the company has 30 servers that run for 125 hours with the resulting product of 3,750. Did I read something wrong? 125? Oh, 30 servers. Oh, crap. Yeah, I put 37 servers for some reason. That's awkward. 30 times 127 or 125. Crap. Why am I putting in a 7 everywhere? Man. So that's 30,750 divided by 3. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm putting in random numbers that don't exist in the question. I think when I saw servers, I thought I saw 37. Maybe I was reading too fast. You got to slow it down, man. All right. Analyze metrics governing mission essential functions and determine which examples demonstrates maximum tolerable downtime. I'm going to go with C. Yes. Maximum tolerable downtime is the longest period of time a business function outage may occur without causing irrecoverable business failure. Work recovery time, WRT, is the additional time it takes to restore data from backup, reintegrate different systems, and test overall functionality. This can also include briefing system users on changes or different working practices so that the business function is fully supported again. Recovery time objective. is the period following a disaster and an individual IT system may remain offline. It also represents the amount of time it takes to identify there is a problem and perform a recovery. A recovery point objective is the amount of data loss a system can sustain, measured in time. If database is destroyed and has an RPO of 24 hours, data can be recovered to a point not longer than 24 hours before the database was infected. Management of a company identifies priorities during a risk management exercise. By doing so, which risk management approach does management use? Risk posture? There we go. Risk posture is the overall status of risk management. Risk posture shows which risk response options management can identify and prioritize. The result of a quantitative or qualitative analysis is a measure of inherent risk. Inherent risk is the level of risk before attempting any type of mitigation. Transference means assigning risk to a third party, such as insurance company or contract with a supplier that defines liabilities. Risk avoidance means that management halts the activity that is risk-bearing. For example, management may discontinue a flawed product to avoid risk. Select the example that provides an accurate simulation of a company engaging in the identifying threats phase of risk management. I would say penetration testing to search for vulnerabilities. That was B. The company conducts research to determine why vulnerabilities may be exploited. Third phase of risk management is identify threats. Threats that may take advantage of, exploit, or accidentally trigger vulnerabilities. Threat refers to the sources and motivations of people and things that could cause loss or damage. First phase of risk management is to identify mission essential functions. Mitigating risk can involve a large amount of expenditure, so it is important to focus efforts. Part of risk management is to analyze workflows and identify the mission essential functions that could cause the whole business to fail if they are not performed. The second phase of risk management is to identify vulnerabilities for each function or workflow. This includes analyzing systems and assets to discover and list any vulnerabilities or weaknesses to which they may be susceptible. The fourth phase of risk management is to analyze business impacts and the likelihood of a vulnerability being activated as a security incident by a threat and the impact of that incident on critical systems. Evaluate the metrics associated with mission essential functions to determine which example is demonstrating work recovery time, WRT. Okay. Work recovery time is the additional time that it takes to restore data from backup, reintegrate different systems, and test overall functionality. This can also include briefing system users on any changes or different working practices so that the business function is again fully supported. The maximum tolerable downtime is the longest period of time that a business function outage may occur without causing irrecoverable business failure. Recovery time objective is the period following a disaster that an individual IT system may remain offline. This represents the amount of time it takes to identify a problem that exists and perform recovery steps. Recovery point objective is the amount of data loss that a system can sustain, measured in time. If a database is destroyed and has a recovery point objective of 24 hours, the data can be recovered to a point not more than 24 hours before the database was infected. Select the phase of risk management a company has performed if they analyze workflows and identify critical tasks that could cause a business to fail if not performed. So they're identifying vulnerabilities. No, they're analyzing the business impacts. Identify mission essential functions. First phase of risk management is to identify mission essential functions. Mitigating risk can involve a large amount of expenditure, so it is important to focus efforts. Part of risk management is to analyze workflows and identify the mission essential functions that could cause the whole business to fail if they are not performed. The second phase of risk management is to identify the vulnerabilities of each function or workflow. This includes analyzing systems and assets to discover and list any vulnerabilities or weaknesses to which they may be susceptible. The third phase of risk management is to identify threats. Threats that may take advantage of, exploit, or accidentally trigger vulnerabilities. Threat refers to the sources or motivations or of people and things that could cause loss or damage. The fourth phase of risk management is to analyze business impacts and the likelihood of a vulnerability being activated as a security incident by a threat and the impact of that incident on critical systems. A company determines the mean amount of time to replace or recover a system. What has the company calculated? Mean time to repair is a measure of the time taken to correct a fault to restore the system to full operation. This is also known as mean time to replace or recover and is important in determining the overall recovery time objective. Mean time between failures represents the expected lifetime of a product and is for items that are repairable, such as a server. Key performance indicators determines the reliability of each asset. Main key performance indicators include mean time between failures, every time to repair. Mean time to failure represents the expected lifetime of a product and is for assets that are not repairable, such as a hard drive. A company performs risk management. Which actions identifies a risk response approach? Company performs risk management. Action identifies a risk response approach. Risk response. Countermeasure. Company develops a list of processes for the company. Company conducts penetration tests. Company determines. No. It's a risk response approach. The copy. All right. The fifth phase of risk management is identifying risk response. The countermeasure should be identified for each risk, and the cost of deploying additional security controls should be assessed. First phase of risk management is to identify mission essential functions. Mitigating risk can involve a large amount of expenditure, so it is important to focus efforts. Part of risk management is to analyze workflows and identify the mission essential functions that could cause the whole business to fail if they are not performed. The second phase of risk management is to identify vulnerabilities for each function or workflow. This includes analyzing systems and assets to discover and list any vulnerabilities or weaknesses they may be susceptible to. Fourth phase of risk management is to analyze business impacts, the likelihood of a vulnerability being activated as a security incident by a threat, and the impact. Sorry, guys. Impact that incident may have on critical systems. Hooray. All right, lesson 20, implementing cybersecurity resilience. Cybersecurity resilience means that even successful intrusions by threat actors have limited impact on confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Provisioning, redundancy, and storage power in network systems, plus effective backup procedures, site resiliency, and effective procedures for change control and configuration management are crucial in maintaining high availability. In this lesson, you will implement redundancy strategies, implement backup strategies, implement cybersecurity resiliency strategies. Implement redundancy strategies. The output of risk assessments and business impact analysis will identify vulnerable business processes to reduce risks in these processes. You can make the IT systems and other business systems that support them resilient to failure. must be able to install and configure the systems that provide redundancy for power supply, networking, and storage systems. Well, let me go to my learning plan real quick. Move on 207. Oh! If a company operates with one or more vulnerable business processes, it could result in disclosure, modification, loss, destruction, or interruption of critical data, or it could lead to loss of services to customers. Quite apart from immediate financial losses arises from such security incidents. Either outcome will reduce a company's reputation if a bank lost its trading floor link to its partners, even for an hour. Since the organization's primary function, trading would be impossible, huge losses may result. Consequently, when planning a network or other IT system, you must perform risk management to assess threats and vulnerabilities. Analyzing risk plays a major role in ensuring a secure environment for an organization by assessing and identifying specific risks that can cause damage to network components, hardware, and personnel. You can mitigate possible threats and establish the right corrective measures to avoid losses and liabilities. In this lesson, you will explain risk management processes and concept, explain business impact analysis concepts. Totally missed this, guys.
When it comes to managing risk, I think one of the first things to think about is who you're talking to about managing risk. Usually when those discussions have come up, I've been talking to executive management, CEOs, CIOs, even board members. And they ask questions like, well, how often will we get hacked? Or they'll ask questions about how long will this particular device operate before it breaks for whatever reason. To take a step back, one of the things that you can do when talking to executive management, when talking about managing risk, is refer to some interesting research that the NIST, that NIST has done. And I'm going to take a look here at the 800-34 standard. It's one of those bedrock kind of standards that has found its way into the nomenclature of risk management. It's publicly available, and the first thing I wanted to show you was usually people jump right into the cost of these things. They'll say, well, okay, hold on, how much is it going to cost to recover? What is the cost of the disruption? And that disruption can be due to terrorism or to a hack or to a natural event, an earthquake or something like that. And so there's the cost to recover. So you have to find some sort of balance point for this. And this is information taken right from NIST. Well, to begin to say, well, to come up with a plausible answer and an accurate answer, you have to basically determine something, basically the idea of the mean time between failure. That is, how long will the thing last? I've been asked that before. Well, how long will this thing last? And I say this server, the workstation or whatever. And the mean time between failure simply means, how long something will go before there's some sort of issue that you have to correct it. But the idea here is that you have to then, as you talk to executive management, you have to ask executive management or somebody in the know to say, how long can a particular service be down for? That's what the maximum tolerable downtime is. And that service can be a server, or it can be a series of servers that provide a business service, an e-commerce function, a web server and a database that does transactions, that grabs people, that takes people's credit cards. How long can that system be down? That's maximum tolerable downtime. That is not a decision that you make as an IT professional. That's information that comes from the company, and the company has to spend considerable amount of time determining what the MTD is. And when I say company, I mean whatever organization, a government organization, nonprofit, doesn't matter. But what you do is you take into consideration the recovery time objective, which basically means how long a resource can remain unavailable, and also the work recovery time, which means, or you could call it the recovery point objective, which means how long it takes for a system for you to recover that system. The recovery time objective, the work recovery time, they have to be less than that maximum tolerable downtime. And that's something to consider. Those have to add up to less. So the idea is that you basically take a look at the business process here. You look at the potential impacts of what they are, and those potential impacts, I like to look at it in terms of likely impacts, really. And then you determine, somebody determines for you what that maximum tolerable downtime is. Let's say it's 72 hours. Then you basically have to come up with a good recovery time objective so that you can come up with something that is less than the MTD. Other things to think about are the kinds of expectancy losses that you might expect. And that's called a single loss expectancy. If X happens one time, how much money do we end up losing? You can then come up with the idea of the annual loss expectancy, because if you take the single loss expectancies and then you can say, well, this is going to happen at a certain rate, and that's called the annual rate of occurrence. If you take that single loss expectancy, kind of multiply it by how many times you think it's going to happen in a year, then you can come up with the whole idea of the ALE, which is the annual loss expectancy. That allows you to make a few decisions to balance cost, to balance the cost of the cost of the controls, the cost of the fixes, and with the cost of the actual hack itself over the period of a year. You can then make decisions whether you want to defer that cost to an insurance company. If the insurance company feels that you're a good risk, you can actually say, well, we're going to take out insurance so that we can get some funding to recover from those kinds of attacks, those kinds of losses. But other things you can do rather than insurance, rather than transfer that risk, you can actually work to mitigate that risk by putting in better backups. You can do it by putting in better observation, better monitoring, or better technical kinds of controls, or even change your administrative controls or your physical controls, security controls, to help manage that kind of risk.
All right. So that's my lessons real quick. Okay. Ooh. So implement redundancy strategies. The output of risk assessments and business impact analysis will identify vulnerable business processes. To reduce risks in these processes, you can make the IT systems and other business systems that support them resilient to failure. You must be able to install and configure the systems that provide redundancy for power supply, networking, and storage systems.
Continuity of operations usually involves thinking about what people will call the 2 nines or the 3 nines up to the 5 nines. 2 nines meaning, 50%, 60%, 99%. Then you start talking about 99 point whatever percent. So you start going into 99.9%, the 3 nines. If you go full 5 nines, that means that you are talking about a service, and that service could be the network, or the service could be a web server, or a business solution, a full business solution, being down about 5 minutes a year. That's the 5 nines. The thing is that you could talk about theoretically the 5 nines all day long, but that's a very, very expensive thing. In fact, getting to 99% is relatively easy. It's getting into the 3, the 4, and especially the 5 nines where the costs go up absolutely exponentially. And so this is where, as you have your discussions with your manager, with executive management, of course, executive management or anybody is going to say, well, I want 100%, or I want 99%, or the 5 nines. But then once they start seeing the bill that results, then you start going, okay, now I need to come up with a plan that is a business contingency plan, so that within a limit of costs, within a cost limit, that we are managing our business so that we can actually get to certain recovery points as quickly as possible. So there are a couple of things that you could think about. There are, of course, when it comes to server redundancy, to some parts of the world that sounds like servers are going to be put out of work, but the ability of servers that once one goes down, you have some sort of backup that automatically comes up. Some of the typical things come up, including RAID, right? The idea of RAID is that you have an array of disks that make it possible for once a disk goes down, that fairly quickly you could bring that disk system back up, either automatically or by banging in a new disk. This way the system still remains up. There are various levels of RAID. Learn what those are. All of the levels of RAID except for 0 do provide for redundancy. RAID 0 is something that's good for speed, but it does not provide anything in regards to redundancy. But let me show you some things that you do.
Super important to remember that. The fact that RAID 0 does not provide redundancy. Gamers use it to make programs run faster. Your favorite game, if you put it on, it kind of shares the files between those two hard drives, and then you can get through it faster. So yeah, super important to know all the RAIDs for this.
You can do to help put together a contingency plan. I've got an example here of where you can get started with Amazon Web Services. This is where you can actually, they call it the Cloud Endure Disaster Recovery. And again, that disaster can come about not only from a man-made disaster, it can come about from any type of disaster. And the idea here is that you can actually create a contract that will basically make it possible for your systems to be made redundant, to be made fully replicable. Now, there are costs associated with this, and you could say, well, 99 bucks, you know, between 1 and 99 machines, not so much money to give me the job security. But understand that is only one bit of the cost there. That 99 bucks is just one in a very large line item that will show up in the spreadsheet that you will have to justify to your boss. So as much as I love to talk about the bits and the bytes, it's also very important to talk about the contract and the cost that will take a big wet bite out of your budget. Other things that you can think about in terms of backup, for example, I've got an example here in Amazon Web Services, again, of no backups having been made for my particular cloud implementation that I've started. I haven't even launched any services in this particular instance of the cloud. That's why there are no backups. But trust me, I know companies that have basically, they think they have a plan, but when it comes time to actually implement that plan because they have a loss that's happened because something has become unavailable, they go to the screen and suddenly they have no backups and they realize they haven't really been doing their job. The idea of having a plan then is to create the plan, to write it down. You need someone who knows how to write, and it needs to be recorded, it needs to be reviewed. But in addition to being reviewed, you have to do exercises. A couple of different types of exercises are involved. Tabletop exercises where people sit around a table and talk through each of the steps. Okay, we've had a loss, and then theoretically, what are the next steps? But then you actually do drills. Those are not tabletop exercises. Drills is where you actually simulate a loss, and you see how long it takes for people to recognize the fact that we've had, when I say a loss of service, to recognize that that has actually happened, how long it takes to actually bring that back, to get to that recovery point. So once you have all of these different types of things in place, you will then have a policy that allows you to say, okay, we have brought things up to the 4 nines or the 3 nines, or if you have tons of money, work for a major bank or whatever, to the 5 nines, so that you have that kind of resiliency in your network, whether it be in the cloud or installed.
Oh. High availability. One of the key properties of a resilient system is high availability. Availability is a percentage of time that the system is online, measured over the defined period, typically 1 year. The corollary of availability is downtime, or the amount of time for which the system is unavailable. The maximum tolerable downtime metric expresses the availability requirement for a particular business function. High availability is usually loosely described as 24/7, 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, or 24/365, 24 hours per day, 365 days per year. For critical system availability, what we described as 2 nines, 99%, up to 5 or 6 nines. And that's 6 nines. Look at that. So annual downtime for the 6 nines is 32. So that's hours, minutes, seconds. 32 seconds. Annual downtime for 5 nines is 5 minutes and 15 seconds. 4 nines, 52, 34. 3 nines, 8 hours and 45 minutes and 36 seconds. 2 nines, 87 hours. Downtime is calculated from the sum of scheduled service intervals plus some planned outages over the period. System availability can refer to an overall process, but also to availability at the level of a server or individual component. Scalability and elasticity. High availability also means that a system is able to cope with rapid growth and demand. Two properties of high availability that have to do with this are referred to as scalability and elasticity. Scalability is the capacity to increase resources to meet demand in similar cost ratios. This means that if service demand doubles, costs do not more than double. There are two types of scalability. To scale out is to add more resources in parallel with the existing resources. To scale up is to increase the power of existing resources. Elasticity refers to the system's ability to handle these changes on demand in real time. A system with high elasticity will not experience loss of service or performance if demand suddenly increases rapidly. Fault tolerance and redundancy. A system that can experience failures and continue to provide the same or nearly the same level of service is said to be fault tolerant. Fault tolerance is often achieved by provisioning redundancy for critical components and single points of failure. A redundant component is one that is not essential to the normal function of a system, but that allows the system to recover from the failure of another component. Power redundancy. All types of computer systems require a stable power supply to operate. Electrical events such as voltage spikes or surges can crash computers and network appliances, while loss of power from brownouts or blackouts will cause equipment to fail. Power management means deploying systems to ensure that equipment is protected against these events and that network operations can either continue uninterrupted or be recovered quickly. Dual power supplies, an enterprise-class server or appliance enclosure is likely to feature 2 or more power supply units. For redundancy, a hot plug power supply unit can be replaced in the event of failure without powering down the system. Managed power distributions units. The power circuits supplying grid power to a rack, network, closet, or server room must be close enough to meet the load capacity of all the installed equipment plus room for growth. Consequently, circuits to the server room will typically be higher than domestic or office circuits, 30 or 60 amps as opposed to 13 amps. These circuits may be run through a power distribution unit. These come with circuitry to clean the power signal, provide protection against spikes, surges, and brownouts, and can integrate with uninterruptible power supplies. UPSs, managed PD power distribution unit support remote power monitoring functions such as reporting load and status, switching power to a socket on and off, or switching sockets on in a particular sequence. Battery backups and uninterruptible power supplies. If there is a loss of power, system operation can be sustained for a few minutes or hours depending on load. Using battery backup can be provisioned at the component level for disk drives and RAID arrays. The battery protects any read or write operations cached at the time of power loss. At the system level, an uninterruptible power supply will provide a temporary power source in the event of a blackout, complete power loss. This may range from a few minutes for a desktop-rated model to hours for an enterprise system. In its simplest form, a UPS comprises a bank of batteries and their charging circuit plus an inverter to generate AC voltage from the DC voltage supplied by the batteries. Time allowed by UPS should be sufficient to fail over to an alternative power source, such as a standby generator. If there is no secondary power source, UPS will at least allow the administrator to shut down the server or appliance properly. Users can save files and the operating system can complete the proper shutdown routines. A backup power generator can provide power to the whole building, often for several days. Most generators use diesel, propane, or natural gas as a fuel source. With diesel and propane, the main drawback is safe storage. Diesel also has a shelf life of between 18 months and 2 years. Natural gas issues the reliability of the gas company in the event of a natural disaster. Data centers are also investing in renewable power sources such as solar, wind, geothermal, hydrogen fuel cells, and hydro. The ability to use renewable power is a strong factor in determining the best site for new data centers. Large-scale battery solutions such as Tesla's Power Pack may be able to provide an alternative to backup power generators. There are also emerging technologies to use all the battery resources of a data center as a microgrid for power storage. A UPS is always required to protect against any interruption to computer services. A backup generator cannot be brought online fast enough to respond to power failure. Network redundancy. Networking is another critical source where a single point of failure could cause significant service disruption. Gotta stretch, guys. Gotta stretch. I'm so tired. Network interface card teaming. Network interface card teaming or adapter teaming means that the server is installed with multiple network interface cards or network interface cards with multiple ports or both. Each port is connected to separate network cabling. During normal operation, this can provide a high bandwidth link. For example, 4 1 gigabyte ports give an overall bandwidth of 4 gigabytes. And if there's a problem with one cable or one network interface card, network connection will continue to work, though at just 3 gigabytes. For a system to be fault tolerant, the higher bandwidth must not be critical to the function. Switching and routing. Network cabling should be designed to follow from multiple paths between the various switches and routers so that during a failure of one part of the network, the rest remains operational. Multiple switching paths require use of spanning tree protocol to prevent loops, load balancers, network interface card teaming provides load balancing at the adapter level. Load balancing and clustering can also be provisioned at a service level. A load balancing switch distributes workloads between available servers. A load balancing cluster enables multiple redundant servers to share data and session information to maintain a consistent service if there is failover from one server to another. Disk redundancy. Disk and storage resources are critically dependent on redundancy. While backup provides integrity for when a disk fails, to restore from backup would require installing a new storage unit, restoring the data, and testing the system configuration. Disk redundancy ensures that a server can continue to operate if one or possibly more storage devices fail. Redundant array of independent disks. RAID. When a storage system is configured as a redundant array of independent disks, many disks can act as backups for each other to increase reliability and fault tolerance. If one disk fails, the data is not lost and the server can keep functioning. The RAID advisory board defines RAID levels numbered from 0 to 6, where each level responds to a specific type of fault tolerance. There are also proprietaries and nested RAID solutions. Some of the most commonly implemented types of RAID are listed in the following tables. RAID level 1. Mirroring means that data is written to 2 disks simultaneously, providing redundancy. If one disk fails, there is a copy of data on the other. The main drawback is that storage efficiency is only 50%. Level 5, stripping with parity means that data is written across 3 or more disks, but additional information parity is calculated. This allows the volume to continue if one disk is lost. The solution has better storage efficiency than RAID 1. Level 6, double parity, or level 5, with an additional parity type, allows the volume to continue between 2 devices when 2 devices have been lost. Nesting RAID sets generally improves performance or redundancy. For example, some nested RAID solutions can support the failure of more than one disk. RAID level 0 refers to stripping without parity. Data is written in blocks across several disks simultaneously, but with no redundancy. This can improve performance, but if one disk fails, so does the whole volume, and data on it will be corrupted. There are some uses for RAID 0, but typically stripping without parity is only implemented to improve performance in a nested RAID solution. Multipath. Where RAID provides redundancy for the storage devices, multipath is focused on the bus between the server and the storage services, or RAID array. Storage system is accessed via some type of controller. The controller might be connected to disk units locally installed in a server, or it might connect storage devices within a storage area network. Multipath input-output ensures that there is controller redundancy and/or multiple network paths to the storage devices. Redundant array of independent disks. Geographical redundancy and replication. Data replication is technology that maintains exact copies of data at more than one location. RAID mirroring and parity implements types of replication between local storage devices. Data replication can be applied in many other contexts. Storage area networks. Most enterprise storage is configured as a storage area network. A storage area network is a high-speed fiber optic network. A storage device is built from technologies such as fiber channel, small computer system interface, or InfiniBand. Redundancy can be provided within the storage area network, and replication can also take place between storage area networks using wireless access network links, I'm guessing. Database. Much data is stored within a database. Where a database is replicated between multiple servers or sites, it is very important to maintain consistency between the replicas. Database management systems come with specific tools to implement different kinds of replication. Virtual machine. The same virtual machine instance may need to be deployed in multiple locations. This can be achieved by replicating the virtual machine's disk image and configuration settings. Geographical dispersal refers to data input replicating hot and warm sites that are physically distant from one another. This means that data is protected against a natural disaster, wiping out storage at one of the sites. This is also described as a geo-redundant solution. Oh my gosh. Oh. Asynchronous and synchronous replication. Synchronous replication is designed to write data to all replicas simultaneously. Therefore, all replicas should always have the same data all the time. Asynchronous replication writes data to the primary storage first, then copies data to the replicas at scheduled intervals. Asynchronous replication isn't a good choice for a solution that requires data in multiple locations to be consistent, such as data from product inventory lists accessed in different regions. Many geo-redundant replication services rely on asynchronous replication due to the distances between data centers in multiple regions. In some cases, business solutions work around the limitations of asynchronous replication. For example, an online retailer may choose only to show inventory from their local regional warehouse. On-premises versus cloud, high availability through redundancy and replication is resource intensive, especially when configuring multiple hot or warm sites. For on-premises sites, provisioning the storage devices in high bandwidth, low latency wireless access network links required between two geographically dispersed hot sites could incur unaffordable costs. This cost is one of the big drivers of cloud services, where local and geographic redundancy are built into the system. If you trust the cloud service provider to operate the cloud effectively, for example, in the cloud, geo-redundancy replicates data or services between data centers physically located in two different regions. Disasters that occur at the regional level, like earthquakes, hurricanes, or floods, should not impact availability across multiple zones. Implement backup strategies. No cybersecurity program is complete without an effective and tested system for backing up and restoring critical data And system configurations. As a security professional, you will need to be able to select appropriate backup types and media for different scenarios and explain how non-persistence can achieve more secure system configurations as well as maintaining high availability. Okay, backups and retention policy. Every business continuity and disaster recovery plan makes use of backups of one type or another. The execution and frequency of backups must be carefully planned and guided by policies. Data retention needs to be considered in short and long terms. In the short term, files that change frequently might need retaining for version control. Short term retention is also important in recovering from malware infection. Consider the scenario where a backup is made on Monday, a file is infected with a virus on Tuesday, and then that file is backed up later on Tuesday. The copy made on Monday is overwritten. This means that there is no good means of restoring the unaffected version of the file. Short-term retention is determined by how often the youngest media sets are overwritten. In the long term, data may need to be stored to meet legal requirements or to comply with company policies or industry standards. Any data that must be retained in a particular version past the other sets should be moved to archive storage. For these reasons, backups are kept at certain points in time, as backups take up a lot of space and there is never limitless storage capacity. This introduces the need for storage management routines to reduce the amount of data occupying backup storage media while giving adequate coverage of the required recovery window. Recovery window is determined by the recovery point objective, which is determined through business continuity planning. Advanced backup software can prevent media sets from being overwritten in line with specified retention policy. Backup types. Utilities that support enterprise backup operations come with features to support retention policies and media rotation. When considering a backup made against an original copy of data, the backup can usually be performed using one of three main types. Let me go here real quick. I just want to see where I'm at. Okay. I'm at 90%. Oh my gosh. It's crazy because I'm so close finishing. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys, for the bathroom. I'll be back someday. Oops-a-daisy. Do. Sorry it took so long, guys. Oh. Nope. Okay. So there's three main types of backups. There's full, incremental, and differential. In Windows, a full backup includes all selected files and directories, while incremental and differential backups check the status of the archive attribute before including a file. The archive attribute is set whenever a file is modified. This allows backup software to determine which files have been changed and therefore need to be copied. Linux doesn't support a file archive attribute. Instead, a date stamp is used to determine whether the file has changed. Full, incremental, and differential backup types. The following table summarizes the three different backup types. Full, all selected data regardless of when it was previously backed up. High-low, one tape set. Cleared. Incremental, new files as well as files modified since the last backup. Low-high, cleared. Differential, all new and modified files since the last full backup. Not cleared. The factors that determine which method to use are the time it takes to restore versus the time it takes to backup. Assuming a backup is performed every working day, an incremental backup only includes files changed during that day, while a differential backup includes all files changed since the last full backup. Incremental backups save backup time, but can be more time-consuming when the system must be restored. The system must be restored from the last full backup set and then from each incremental backup. That has subsequently occurred. A few differential backup system only involves two tapes when the restoration is required. Do not combine differential and incremental backups. Use full backups interspersed with differential backups, or full backups interspersed with incremental backups. Copy backups. Most software also has the capability to copy backups. These are made outside the tape rotation system and do not affect the archive attributes. Snapshots and images. Snapshots are a means of getting around the problem with open files. If the data that you're considering backing up is part of a database, such as SQL data or an Exchange messaging system, then the data is probably being used all the time. Often, copy-based mechanisms will be unable to back up open files short of closing the files, and so to the database, a copy-based system will not work. A snapshot is a point-in-time copy of data maintained by the file system. Backup program can use the snapshot rather than the live data to perform the backup. In Windows, snapshots are provided for on NTFS volumes by the Volume Shadow copy service. They're also supported on Sun's ZFS file system and under some distributions of Linux. Virtual system managers can usually take snapshot or clone copies of VM virtual machines. A snapshot remains linked to the original virtual machine, while a clone becomes a separate virtual machine from the point that the cloned image was made. An image backup is made by duplicating an operating system installation. This can be done either from a physical hard disk or from a virtual machine's virtual hard disk. Imaging allows the system to be redeployed quickly without having to reinstall third-party software, patches, and configuration settings. A system image should generally not contain any user data files, as these will quickly become out of date. All right, backup storage issues. Backed up and archived data need to be stored as securely as live data. A data backup has the same confidentiality and integrity requirements as its source. It also has its own availability requirement. Typically, backup media is physically secured against theft or snooping by keeping it in a restricted part of the building. With other server and network equipment, many backup solutions use encryption to ensure data confidentiality should the media be stolen. Off-site storage. Additionally, you must plan for events that could compromise both the live data and the backup set. Natural disasters such as fires, earthquakes, and floods could leave an organization without a data backup unless they have kept a copy off-site. Distance consideration is a calculation of how far off-site the backup needs to be kept given different disaster scenarios. On the one hand, the media must be kept far away enough not to be damaged by the disaster. On the other, the media access should not slow down a recovery operation too much. Without a network that can support the required bandwidth, the off-site media must be physically brought on-site. And if there is no second set of off-site media, data is at substantial risk at this time. The latest backup performed and then removed to off-site storage again. Quite apart from the difficulty and expense of doing this, there are data confidentiality and security issues in transporting data. In recent years, high bandwidth internet and high-capacity cloud storage providers have made off-site backup solutions much more affordable and easy to implement. Online versus offline backups, as well as the online on-site, off-site consideration, you should also be aware of a distinction between online and offline backups. An online backup system is instantly available to perform a backup or restore operation without an administrator having to transport and connect a device or load some backup media. An offline backup is disconnected from the host and must be connected manually. An online system is faster, but an offline backup offers better security. Consider the case of crypto ransomware, for instance. If the backup system is connected to the infected host, the ransomware will encrypt the backup, rendering it useless. Some crypto ransomware is configured to try to access cloud accounts and encrypt the cloud storage. The 3-2-1 rule states that you should have 3 copies of your data across 2 media types, with 1 copy held offline and offsite. All right. Backup media types. A backup operation can use several media types. Each type has advantages and disadvantages, make it more or less suitable for given scenarios. Disk. Individual removable hard drives are an excellent low-cost option for small office, home office, network backups, but they do not have sufficient capacity or flexibility to be used within an automated enterprise backup solution. Okay, I forgot to go back and do this. Sorry guys, I need to fix this real quick. Videos. Posts. All right, where is that one? Can go away. Delete. Delete forever. No. Let me see if there's anything else that's like that in here. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to fix this up real quick. Okay, cool. I'm good. I'm good to go. Sorry, I had to check through that stuff real quick. I just like had it on my mind. All right. So we're at network attached storage. A network attached storage NAS appliance is a specially configured type of server that makes RAID storage available over common network protocols. such as Windows File Sharing, SMB, or File Transfer Protocol. A network-attached storage appliance is accessed via an Internet Protocol address, and backup takes place at file level. Network-attached storage can be another good option for single home office backup, but as a single device, it provides no offsite option as it is normally kept online. It can be vulnerable to crypto ransomware as well. Tape. Digital tape systems are a popular choice for institutions with multi-terabyte storage requirements. Tape is very cost-effective, and given a media rotation system, tapes can be transported off-site. The latest generation of tape will store about 10 to 12 terabytes per cartridge, or up to about 30 terabytes with compression. The main drawback of tape is that it's slow compared to disk-based solutions, especially for store operations. Storage area network and cloud. A RAID array or tape drive autoloader can be provisioned as direct attached storage, where a server hosts the backup device is usually over serial attached SCIS SAS. Directed attached networks. Attached storage has limited scalability, so enterprise and cloud storage solutions often use storage area networks as a layer of abstraction between the file system objects presented to servers and the configuration of the actual storage media, where what was this? Network areas, network attached storage uses file level access to a storage area network is based on block level addressing. A storage area network can incorporate RAID arrays and tape systems within the same network. Say storage area networks can achieve offsite storage through replication. Restoration order. If a site suffers an uncontrolled outage, in ideal circumstances, processing will be switched to an alternate site. Outage can be resolved without any service interruption. If an alternate processing site is not available, then the main site must be brought back online as quickly as possible to minimize service disruption. This does not mean that the process can be rushed. However, a complex facility such as a data center or campus network must be reconstituted according to a carefully designed order of restoration. If systems are brought back online in an uncontrolled way, there is a serious risk of causing additional power problems or of causing problems in the network, operating system, or application layers because dependencies between different appliances and servers have not been met. In a very general term, the order of restoration will be as follows. Enable and test power delivery systems, grid power, power distribution units, uninterruptible power supplies, secondary generators, and so on. Enable and test switch infrastructure, then routing appliance and systems. Enable and test network security appliances, firewalls, IDS, proxies. Enable and test critical network system servers, DHCP, domain name server, NTP, directory services. Enable and test backend and middleware, databases and business logic. Verify data integrity. Enable and test front-end applications. Enable client workstations and devices and client browser access. Non-persistence. When recovering systems, it may be necessary to ensure that any artifacts from the disaster, such as malware or backdoors, are removed when reconstituting the production environment. This can be facilitated in an environment designed for non-persistence. Non-persistence describes a computing environment, virtual machine instance that is static in terms of processing function. Storing data elsewhere allows the instance to be destroyed and rebuilt with the same functionality without suffering configuration problems. There are various mechanisms for ensuring non-persistence. Snapshot, revert to known state. This is a save system state. It can be reapplied to the instance. Rollback to known configuration. A physical instance might not support snapshots, but has an internal mechanism for restoring the baseline system configuration, such as Windows System Restore. Live boot media. Another option is to use an instance that boots from read-only storage to memory rather than being installed on a local read-write hard disk. When provisioning a new or replacement instance automatically, the automation system may use one of two types of mastering instructions. Master image. This is the gold copy of a server instance with the operating system, applications, and patches all installed and configured. This is faster than using a template, but keeping the image up to date can involve more work than updating a template. Automated build from a template similar to a master image. This is the build instructions for an instance. Rather than storing a master image, the software may build and provision an instance according to the template instructions. Another important process in automating resiliency strategies is to provide configuration validation. This process ensures that our recovery solution is working at each layer: hardware, network connectivity, data replication, and application. An automation solution for incident and disaster recovery will have a dashboard of key indicators and may be able to evaluate metrics such as compliance with recovery point objective and recovery time objective from observed data. Whoa, we're already in 20C, man. Look at us go. Oof. All right. Implement cybersecurity resiliency strategies. Effective site management and cybersecurity resilience depend on change control and configuration management. If this crucial documentation is not kept up to date, the response to incident and disaster events will suffer from confusion, errors, and lost time. As part of a cybersecurity program, you must also be able to implement techniques that make things difficult for threat actors, defense in depth, and control diversity at crucial in designing resilient systems. Deception and disruption tactics help to increase the cost of attacks and so deter them. Boom. I just want to look at this real quick. And then configuration management. I am so close to being finished. Whoa. Sorry. Just kind of had to get that out because I've been studying this since April, May, end of April, mid-April. Configuration management, response, and recovery controls refer to the whole set of policies, procedures, and resources created for incident and disaster response and recovery. These controls are critical to cybersecurity, but they become increasingly difficult to provision at scale. Effective response and recovery depend heavily on how well organized IT systems are at the site level. Without effective organizational policies to govern change and configuration management, response and recovery is much harder. Configuration management ensures that each component of ICT infrastructure is in a trusted state that is not diverged from its documented properties. Change control and change management reduce the risk that changes to these components could cause service disruption. ITIL is a popular documentation of good and best practice activities and processes for delivering IT services. Under ITIL, configuration management is implemented using the following elements: Service assets are things, processes, or people that contribute to the delivery of an IT service. A configuration item, CI, is an asset that requires specific management procedures for it to be used to deliver the service. Each configuration item must be identified by some sort of label, ideally using a standard naming convention. Configuration items are defined by their attributes and relationships, which are stored in a configuration management database. A baseline configuration is the template of settings that a device, virtual machine, instance, or other configuration item was configured to, and it should continue to match. You must also record performance baselines such as the throughput achieved by a server for comparison with monitor levels. A configuration management system, CMS, is the tools and databases that collect, store, manage, update, and present information about configuration items and their relationships. A small network might capture this information in spreadsheets and diagrams. There are dedicated applications for enterprise configuration management systems. Diagrams are the best way to capture the complex relationships between network elements. Diagrams can be used to show how configuration items are involved in business workflows, logical, internet IP, and physical topology, network topologies, and network rack layouts. Remember, it is not sufficient to simply create the diagram. You must also keep the diagram up to date. Asset management. An asset management process tracks all the organization's critical systems, components, devices, and other objects of value in an inventory. It also involves collecting and analyzing information about these assets so that personnel can make more informed changes or otherwise work with assets to achieve business goals. There are many software suites and associated hardware solutions available for tracking and managing assets. An asset management database can be configured to store as much or as little information as is deemed necessary through typical data would be type, model, serial number, asset ID, location, users, value, and service information. We are focusing on assets that require some degree of configuration. An organization will also have many assets with no configuration requirements, such as furniture. Asset identification and standard naming conventions. Tangible assets can be identified using barcode label or radio frequency ID, RFID tag attached to the device, or more simply using an identification number and RFID tag. Radio frequency ID identification tag is a chip programmed with asset data. When in range of a scanner, the chip activates and signals the scanner. Scanner alerts management software to update the device's location as well as asset tracking. This allows management software to track the location of the device, making theft more difficult. A standard naming convention for hardware assets and for digital assets such as accounts and virtual machines makes the environment more consistent. This means that errors are easier to spot and that it is easier to automate through scripting. The naming strategy should allow administrators to identify the type and function of any particular resource or location at any point in the CMDB or network directory. Each label should conform to rules for host and domain name service names, as well as an identification attribute. The location and function of tangible and digital assets can be recorded using attribute tags and fields or domain name server CNAME and text resource records. Internet Protocol schema. The division of the IP address Internet Protocol address space into subnets should be carefully planned and documented in an Internet Protocol schema. Using a consistent addressing methodology makes it easier to apply firewall access control lists and perform security monitoring. It also makes configuration errors less likely and easier to detect. Within each subnet, the schema should identify IP addresses reserved for manual or static allocation versus DHCP address pools. Internet Protocol address management, IPAM software suites can be used to monitor Internet Protocol usage. Change control and change management. Service management standards distinguish change control as distinct procedures for requesting and approving changes within an overall change management process. Change control. A change control process can be used to request and approve changes in a planned and controlled way. Change requests are usually generated when something needs to be corrected, when something changes, or when there is room for improvement in a process or system currently in place. The need to change is often described either as reactive, where the change is forced on the organization, or as proactive, where the need for change is initiated internally. Changes can also be categorized according to their potential impact and level of risk: major, significant, minor, or normal. For instance, in a formal change management process, the need or reasons for change and the procedure for implementing the change is captured in a request for change document and submitted for approval. The request for change will then be considered at the appropriate level, and affected stakeholders will be notified. This might be a supervisor or department manager if the change is normal or minor. Major or significant changes might be managed as a separate project and require approval through a change advisory board. Change management. The implementation of changes should be carefully planned with consideration for how the change will affect dependent components. For most significant or major changes, organizations should attempt to trial the change first. Every change should be accompanied by a rollback or remediation plan so that the change can be reversed if it has harmful or unforeseen consequences. Changes should also be scheduled sensitively, as they are likely to cause system downtime or other negative impact on the workflow of the business units. Depending on the IT system being modified, most networks have a scheduled maintenance window period for authorized downtime. When the change has been implemented, its impact should be assessed and process reviewed and documented to identify any outcomes that could help future change management projects. Site resiliency. Enterprise level networks often provision resiliency at the site level. An alternate processing or recovery site is a location that can provide the same or similar level of service. An alternate processing site might always be available and in use, while a recovery site might take longer to set up or be used in an emergency. Operations are designed to fail over to the new site until the previous site can be brought back online. Failover is a technique that ensures a redundant component, device, application, or site can quickly and efficiently take over the functionality of an asset that has failed. For example, load balancers provide failover in the event that one or more servers or sites behind the load balancer are down or are taking too long to respond. Once the load balancer detects this, it will redirect inbound traffic to an alternating processing server or site. Thus, redundant servers in the load balancer pool ensure there is no or minimal interruption of service. Site resilience is described as hot, warm, or cold. A hot site can fail over almost immediately. It generally means that the site is already within the organization's ownership and is ready to deploy. For example, a hot site could consist of a building with operational computer equipment that is kept updated with a live data set. A warm site could be similar, but with requirements that the latest data set will need to be loaded. A cold site takes longer to set up. A cold site may be an empty building with a lease agreement in place to install whatever equipment is required when necessary. Clearly, providing redundancy on this scale can be very expensive. Sites are often leased from service providers, however. In the event of a nationwide emergency, demand for the services is likely to exceed supply. Another option is for businesses to enter into reciprocal arrangements to provide mutual support. This is cost effective but complex to plan and set up. Another issue that is that creating a duplicate of anything doubles the complexity of securing that resource properly. Same security procedures must apply to redundant sites, spare systems, and backup data. As applied to the main copy, for many companies, the most cost-effective solution to move processing and data storage to the cloud. Diversity and defense in depth. Layered security is typically seen as improving cybersecurity resiliency because it provides defense in depth. The idea is that to fully compromise a system, the attacker must get past multiple security controls, providing control diversity. These layers reduce the potential attack surface and make it much more likely that an attack will be deterred or prevented, or at least detected and then prevented by manual intervention. Technology and control diversity. Allied with defense in depth is the concept of security through or with diversity. Technology diversity refers to environments that are a mix of operating systems, applications, and coding languages, virtualization solutions, and so on. Control diversity means that the layers of controls should combine different classes of technical, administrative controls with the range of control functions: prevent, detect, correct, and deter. Consider the scenario where Alan for marketing is sent a USB stick containing designs for a new billboard campaign from an agency without defense in depth. Alan might find the USB stick on his desk in the morning, plug it into his laptop without much thought, and from that point is potentially vulnerable to compromise. There are many opportunities in this scenario for an attacker to tamper with the media at the agency, in the post, or at Alan's desks. Defense in depth, established by deploying a diverse range of security controls, could mitigate the numerous risks inherent in the scenario. User training, administrative control, could ensure that the media is not left unattended on a desk and is not inserted into a computer system without scanning it first. Endpoint security on the laptop could scan the media for malware or block access automatically. Security locks inserted into USB ports. Physical control on the laptop could prevent attachment of media without requesting a key, allowing authorization clerk checks to be performed first. Permissions restricting Alan's user account. Technical control could prevent the malware from executing successfully. User of encrypted and digitally signed media. Technical control could prevent or identify an attempt to tamper with it. If the laptop were compromised, intrusion detection and logging alerting systems. Technical control could detect and prevent the malware spreading on the network. Vendor diversity, as well as deploying multiple types of controls. You should consider the advantages of leveraging vendor diversity. Vendor diversity means that security controls are sourced from multiple suppliers. A single vendor solution is a tempting choice for many organizations as it provides interoperability and can reduce training and support costs. Some disadvantages could include the following: not obtaining best-in-class performance. One vendor might provide an effective firewall solution, but the bundled malware scanning is found to be less effective. Less complex attack surface. A single vulnerability in a supplier's code could put multiple appliances at risk in a single vendor solution. A threat actor will be able to identify controls and possible weaknesses more easily. Less innovation. Dependence on a single vendor might make the organization invest too much trust in that vendor solutions, and less willing to research and test new approaches. Crypto diversity. This concept can be extended to the selection of algorithms and implementations of cryptography. Adoption of methods such as blockchain-based identity and access management, or selecting CompTIA in place of advanced encryption standard as a preferred cipher suite. Force threat actors to develop new attack methods. Deception and disruption strategies. The place of cybersecurity is often described as asymmetric warfare. The defenders have to win every encounter and be ready all the time. The threat actors can choose when to attack and only have to win once. Some cybersecurity attack tactics aim to reduce the asymmetry by increasing the attack cost. This means that a threat actor has to commit more resources to even plan an attack. Active defense means an engagement with the adversary. This can be interpreted in several different ways. One type of active defense involves the deployment of decoy assets to act as lures or bait. It is much easier to detect intrusions when an attacker interacts with a decoy resource because you can precisely control baseline traffic and normal behavior in a way that is more difficult to do for product assertion assets, production assets. Honeypots, honeynets, and honey files. A honeypot is a computer system set up to attract threat actors with the intention of analyzing attack strategies and tools to provide early warnings of attack attempts or possibly as a decoy to divert attention from actual computer systems. Another use is to detect internal fraud, snooping, and malpractice. A honeynet is an entire decoy network. This may be set up as an actual network or simulated using an emulator. Deploying a honeypot or honeynet can help an organization to improve its security systems. But there is the risk that the attacker can still learn a great deal about how the network is configured and protected from analyzing the honeypot system. Many honeypots are set up by security researchers investigating malware threats, software exploits, and spammers' abuse of open relay mail systems. These systems are generally fully exposed to the internet. On a production network, a honeypot is more likely to be located in a DMZ or on an isolated segment on the private network if the honeypot is seeking to draw out insider threats. This provides early warning and evidence of whether an attacker has been able to penetrate to a given security zone. This can help the security team find the source of the attack and take more comprehensive steps to completely eradicate the threat from the organization. A honeypot or honeynet can be combined with the concept of a honey file, which is convincingly useful but actually fake data. This honey file can be made trackable so that when a threat actor successfully exfiltrates it, attempts to reuse or exploit it can be traced. For example, an organization constructs a database full of benign or meaningless data disguised as important financial records. This deception strategy might involve breadcrumbs inserted into the production environment to subtly guide a threat actor toward the spoofed loot. The database is placed behind a subnet with lower defenses, which baits an attacker into trying to exfiltrate these useless data. Identifying the attacker also allows an organization to pursue an attribution strategy. Attribution means the organization publicizes the attacker's role and publishes the methods used as threat intelligence. Disruption strategies, another type of active defense, uses disruption strategies. These adopt some of the obfuscation strategies used by malicious actors. The aim is to raise the attack cost and tie up the adversary's resources. Some examples of disruption strategies include using bogus domain name server entries to list multiple hosts that do not exist, configuring a web server with multiple decoy directories or dynamically generated pages, slow down scanning, using port triggering or spoofing to return fake telemetry data when a host detects port scanning activity. This will result in multiple ports being falsely reported as open and slow down the scan. Telemetry can refer to any type of measurement or data returned by remote scanning. Similar fake telemetry could be used to report IP addresses as up when they are not. For instance, using a DNS sinkhole to route suspect traffic to a different network, such as a honeynet, where it can be analyzed. Whoa! Need to downtime related to availability relates to the amount of time that the system is down, that it can't be used. Maximum tolerable downtime metric expresses the availability requirement for a particular business function. Kind of. What does elasticity differ from scalability? It's flexible. Scalable system is one that responds to increased workload by adding resources without exponentially increasing costs. An elastic system is able to assign or unassign resources as needed to match either an increased workload or a decreased load. Which two components are required to ensure power redundancy for a blackout period extending over 24 hours? Uninterruptible power supply and a generator of some sort. An uninterruptible power supply is required to provide failover for the initial blackout event before switching over to a standby generator to support supply power over a longer period. That's a yes. How does RAID support fault tolerance? It supports it by having a redundancy of backup disks. Aside from RAID 0, RAID provides redundancy between a group of disks so that if one disk were to fail, the data might be recoverable from other disks in an array. Kind of. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm getting really close to finishing. This is like a big deal. This is so much. So much information. It's ridiculous. All right. Okay, here we go. You're a system administrator for a large data-heavy company and have been tasked with determining the best RAID configuration for the organization based on their requirements. You need to complete the RAID schemes, determine which RAID configuration will allow your organization to continue normal operations even if one complete disk is lost. I'd say yes. So on RAID 1, bit 1 and bit 1, bit 2 and bit 2. Okay, so I got that. I understand RAID 1. What? I guess it would have been yes. Oops. Fault tolerance ensures that data is available in the event of inevitable failures. With the RAID 1 configuration, data is mirrored across the drives. That means that each subsequent drive holds the same information as the other. The mirroring means that with the RAID 1 configuration, you achieve significant redundancy but no performance increase. As a side note, you normally would not configure 3 drives for RAID 1, as that would allow 2 drives to fail and it isn't a good use for disk space. However, it is doable. With the bit configuration across the drives in particular, data is written in the first disk, disk 0, in a usual fashion, 1 bit after another. Each successive disk would be an exact copy of that one, meaning that they would have the same bit configuration. With the RAID 5 configuration, not only is data stripped across the drives, but the concept includes a parity bit, which allows reconstruction of missing data in the event of a complete loss of a drive. The configuration gives an increase in performance when compared with RAID 1, as well as data redundancy. In contrast to the RAID 1 configuration, data seems mixed up across the drives, but data is carefully placed so that in the event of a total disk failure, information can be recovered. In this case, bit 1 is written to disk 0, then bit 2 is written to disk 1. Now, to ensure that either bit 1 or bit 2 can be recovered, if their disk fails, we need to place a parity bit on disk 2. When you come back around to the next data areas on the disk, you notice that the next line already has a parity bit on disk 1, and the line after that has a parity bit on disk 0 and bit 2 on disk 2. Then with those bits in place and to make a RAID 5 configuration, we must ensure that the bits we can place are set in a way that can allow recovery. So we place bit 2 on disk 0 and bit 1 on disk 2 on the second line. The bit placement allows redundancy in this area. On the next line, the only bit that is missing is bit 1 on disk 1. So in the end, you should have have one parity bit on each line on separate disks. Furthermore, the bits are set up so that no disk has repetition of a single bit. Okay. I need bit 2 here. Bit 1 there. Oof. Type of schedule Windows backup job does not clear the archive attribute. Not too sure on that one. A differential backup. This type of backup selects all new and modified data since the previous full backup. You also mentioned copy backups, though these are usually ad hoc rather than scheduled. How does VSS assist a backup solution? I'm not sure. The volume shadow copy service creates snapshots for the backup software to use, avoiding problem with file locks and uncompleted database transactions. True or false backup media can be on site but offline. It's true. As a security precaution, backup media can be taken offline at the completion of a job to mitigate the risk of malware corrupting the backup. You are advising a company about backup requirements for a few dozen application servers, hosting tens of terabytes of data. The company requires online availability of short-term backups, plus off-site security media and long-term archive storage. The company cannot use a cloud solution. What type of on-premise storage solution is best suited to the requirement? Hard disk. Off-site and archive requirements are best met by a tape solution, but the online requirement may need a RAID array depending on speed. The requirement is probably not large enough to demand storage area network, but could be provisioned as part of one. What is the risk of not following a tested order of restoration when recovering a site from a major incident? You could reload malware. It's maybe unmet dependencies between systems that are started in the wrong order. This could lead to boot failures and possible data corruption. No, not really, but okay. Oh my goodness. I don't know what labs I have left. Wow. That's crazy, dude. All right, let me get up. Stretch. Oh. Oh. Oh, my back. Oh. Oh, it's loaded. Woo. Felt pretty good. Oh, this chair is rough on my back. Nothing like that Secret Labs chair that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, love that thing. Once again, not sponsored by Secret Labs. Just really like their products. Kind of like Razer. I like their products. I feel like Razer's a little bit overpriced though. Oh. chair is killer though, man. Oh. So, Assisted Lab 31. Backing up and restoring data in Windows and Linux. Data availability is a key component of security. Hard disk drives fail, data is corrupted or accidentally deleted or changed in an unplanned manner. In this activity, you will back up data on a Windows server and a Linux server. You'll store the backup jobs on remote servers, which helps protect the data in case of drive failure on the original server. You'll delete the backup data to simulate its loss, and then restore it from the remote servers to a different location on the original servers. This activity is designed to test your understanding of and ability to apply content examples following CompTIA Security Plus objectives. Backup files on Windows. You'll back up files on the Windows server and store the backup job on a remote server. So the DC1, we're at DC1, and horrible password, continue. Where's my C drive? Okay. Password. All right. Well, while you're figuring out your life, all so C drive, lab files. Not shared. Next. All right, backing up on Windows. All right, hit back up. Oh, hey, look, it's done. Let's confirm, shall we? Good. Oh no. Log files. So I gotta restore the file in the window now that I deleted it. This activity will restore the files on the MS1 VM in the WVAD. Select recover. I'll just let this do its thing. Just recognize that it's there. Aha! Aha! Close the Windows Server backup utility. Okay, cool. Cool. Next. So now we're going to do it on Linux systems. In this activity, you'll create a few resources and then perform a basic backup by using the tar command. You will restore the backup job on a remote Linux server. Finally, you will delete the resources to simulate lost or corrupted data. Horrible passwords. Don't use these. Don't use these. If you use them. Control-Alt-T. Get it? I got so many. All right. Yes. So the hash that we just generated uniquely identifies the state of the file. Any changes to the file, such as corruption during the network transfer, could cause the MD5 sum hash command to generate a different hash value. In this step, you generate a hash based on the original file condition. A later step, you will generate a second hash and confirm that they are identical. Hashing helps to guarantee file integrity. Run MD5 sum. SCP command provides a secure copy function across the network. It is an easy way of transferring files. All right, so oh no. If you type the cd command with no arguments, the system automatically returns you to your home directory. In this case, this is /root. Hmm. Then we're going to restore the file because I can't find it. It's gone. Hmm. Oh, come on, load. All right, there we go. All right. For this step, you got to use the double arrows. The hash. So to append the hash to the existing root backup hash file, if you only use one arrow, it will overwrite the existing file contents. You don't want to do that. Look, they're exactly the same hash. So recall that Linux is case sensitive. The above command for an uppercase L character. Okay. Device.txt, hardware.txt, and software.txt files. Boom. Comprehensive questions. Answer the following final comprehensive questions to ensure that you recognize the importance of the activity steps and the uses for the information you have learned. Which of the following best describes what you accomplish in the Windows section of this activity? Really? It was a remote location? Okay. I didn't realize it was remote. What was the purpose of using the MD5 sum command during the Linux backup job? Why were the backup jobs and both activities stored on the remote server? On remote servers. Which of the following best describes why the data was restored to different locations on both activities? Holy cow, I got so much done today. Review activities, cybersecurity resilience strategies. What? No, I completed that. What are you talking about? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're preparing a white paper on configuration management essentials for your customers. You have the following headings already: diagrams, standard naming conventions, internet protocol schema. If you're basing your paper on the CompTIA security plus objectives, which other topic would you cover? Not sure. Configuration based is an essential concept as it allows unauthorized change to be detected more easily and planned change to be more managed more easily. What are the risks of not having a documented IPA schema? You don't know how your network's set up. Configuration errors are more likely, especially where more complex access control lists and securely monitoring sensor deployment is required. In organizational policies, what two concepts govern change? Time and money. Change control process governs the way changes are requested and approved. Change management control process governs the way that plan change is implemented and the way unplanned change is handled. Which terms are used to discuss levels of site resiliency? Elastic and scalability. Hot, warm, cold sites, referring to the speed from which a site can fail over. No, I did not get it right. You're preparing some briefing notes on diversity strategies for cybersecurity resilience for the executive team. You have prepared sections on technologies, crypto, and control so far. What other topics do you need to cover? Diversity. Oh, I didn't say vendor diversity, so I'll just put kinda. How could a deception-based cybersecurity resilience strategy return fake telemetry to a threat actor? With a honey file? Fake telemetry means that when a threat actor runs port or host discovers Kansas spoof responses return, this could lead the threat actor to waste time probing the port or host IP address trying to develop an attack vector that does not actually exist. I'll just say no there. Gosh, look at my knowledge goal. Holy cow, man. It's 10 times of what I needed. It's like 3 times of what I originally needed back in the day when I started this thing. It was like 60 knowledge goals thingies. It's crazy. A system engineer reviews recent backups for a production server. While doing so, the engineer discovers the archive bits on files are clearing and correct backup types have been occurring. Which backup type does the engineer look to include? Full, because everything's wrong. differential. With the differential backup all new, the modified files since the last backup are part of the backup set with a differential backup type. The archive bit on a file is set to not cleared. A full backup includes all selected data regardless of when the previous backup occurred. With a full backup type, the archive bit on a file is set to be cleared. Snapshots are means to get around the problem of open files when performing a backup. Snapshots use a copy of the data rather than live data with an incremental type. Backup new files as well as files modified since the last backup are part of the backup set. With an incremental backup type, the archive bit on a file is set to be cleared. All right. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I will talk to y'all later. Oh, can't feel my legs. I can feel my legs. Diddle 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 do. Do diddle do. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I finished reading all this. I had to go to the bathroom. That's what happened. Recap. Recap. All right. An organization configures both a warm site and a hot site for disaster preparedness. Doing so poses which difficulties for the organization? Complexity, budgetary. Yeah, creating a duplicate of anything doubles the complexity of securing that resource properly. Having multiple sites increases the complexity of the infrastructure. Providing redundancy on a scale that includes multiple locations can be very expensive. Businesses often lease sites from service providers to reduce costs. Wow. A systems engineer configures a disk volume with a redundant array of independent disks. RAID solution. Which solution does the engineer utilize when allowing for the failure of 2 disks? Level 5? No. Level 6. Yes. Redundant array of independent disks. RAID level 6 has double parity, or level 5, with an additional parity stripe. This allows the volume to continue when 2 disks have been lost. Level 1 uses mirroring, where data is written into 2 disks simultaneously, which provides redundancy. The main drawback is its storage efficiency is only about 50%. RAID level 0 is stripping and without parity, resulting in no fault tolerance. Data is written in blocks across several disks. RAID level 5 has stripping with parity. Data is written across 3 or more disks, but calculates additional information. This allows volume to continue if one disk is lost. The solution has better storage efficiency than RAID 1. IT staff looks to provide a high level of fault tolerance while implementing a new server. With which systems configuration approach does the staff achieve this goal? Critical system often achieves fault tolerance by provisioning redundancy for critical components and single points of failure, although not required. A redundant component is available for system recovery. Elasticity refers to the system's ability to handle any changes in resource demand in real time. Elasticity often applies to processing power and storage. A system achieves scalability by adding resources. Scale out is to add more resources in parallel with existing resources. A system achieves scalability by adding resources. Scale up is to increase the power of existing resources. A natural disaster has resulted in a company moving to an alternate processing site. The company has operations moved within a few hours as a result of having a build with all of the equipment and data needed to resume services. Evaluate the types of recovery sites to determine which processing site the company is utilizing. A few hours. I would say it's a warm site. Oh, it was a hot site. The company is utilizing a hot site for recovery. A hot site can fail over almost immediately. The site is already within the organization's ownership and is ready to deploy. Cold site takes longer to set up to a week and does not have the equipment or data needed to set up immediately. A warm site contains features of both hot and cold sites. An example, a warm site is a building with the computer equipment available, but the company must supply the latest data set to be operational. Replication is the process of duplicating data between different servers or sites. A system has a slight misconfiguration which could be exploited. A manufacturing workflow relies on the system. The admin recommends a trial. of the proposed settings under which process? System has a slight misconfiguration which could be exploited. Manufacturing workflow relies on the system that settings under which process? I would say configuration management. Change management. Change management involves careful planning with consideration for how the change will affect dependent components. For most significant or major changes, organizations should attempt to trial the change first. The admin performs a change control process prior to the actual change. The process requests and approves changes in a planned and controlled way. An asset management process tracks all the organization's critical systems, components, devices, and other objects of value in an inventory. Configuration management ensures that each component of ICT infrastructure is in a trusted state that has not diverged from its documented properties. Management has reason to believe that someone internal to the organization is committing fraud. To confirm they're suspicious and to collect evidence, they need to set up a system to capture the events taking place. Evaluate which option will best fit the organization's needs. I would say a honeynet. Oh, it was honeypot. Okay. A system that is placed on the network in the intent of tracking attackers or to detect internal fraud, snooping, and malpractice is called a honeypot. This system will be placed within the current network. An entire decoy network is called a honeynet. A honeynet can be an actual network or simulated. An exploitation framework is a means of running intrusive scans and using the vulnerabilities identified by a scanner and launches scripts of software to attempt to exploit selected vulnerabilities. Metasploit is the best known exploit framework. A hurricane has affected a company in Florida. What else is new? What is the first step in the order of restoration? I would enable and test power delivery systems. First step in the order of restoration is to enable and test power delivery systems such as grid power, power distribution units, and secondary generators. Second step in the order of restoration is to enable and test switch infrastructure, followed by routing appliances and systems. The third step in the order of restoration is to enable and test network security appliances such as firewalls and proxies. The fourth step in the order of restoration is to enable and test critical network servers such as directory services. Backend and middleware will be next, followed by the front end. The final step is to enable client workstations and devices. A system engineer decides that security mechanisms should differ for various systems in the organization. In some cases, systems have multiple mechanisms. What type of diversity does the engineer practice? It would be the it was A and B, control and vendor. Control diversity means that the layers of controls should combine different classes of technical and administrative controls with a range of control functions. Vendor diversity means that the security controls are sourced from multiple sources of vulnerability, and solutions from a single vendor approach is a security weakness. Change refers to control processes or management. Control involves careful planning with consideration for how the change will affect dependent components. Enterprise level networks often provision resiliency at the site level. An alternate processing or recovery site is a location that can provide the same or similar level of service. Resiliency itself does not provide diversity. Okay. Security specialists create a sinkhole to disrupt any adversarial attack attempts on a private network. Which solution do the specialists configure? Yeah, you don't want to send people there. A popular disruption strategy is to configure a DNS sinkhole to route suspect traffic to a different network, such as a honeynet, where it can be analyzed. Port triggering and spoofing can disrupt adversarial attacks by returning fake telemetry data when a host detects port scanning activity. To create disruption for an adversary, a security specialist can configure a web server with multiple decoy directories or dynamically generated pages to slow down scanning. Fake telemetry can disrupt an adversary by reporting IP addresses as up and available when they are actually not. An organization stores data in different geographic locations for redundancy. This data replicates so that it is the same in all locations. Engineers discover that some replicas are laggy with updates. What configuration do the engineers discover as the cause? I want to say it's synchronous replication. It was asynchronous. Crap. Asynchronous replication is not a good choice for a solution that requires data in multiple locations to be consistent. Asynchronous replication writes data to the primary storage first and then copies the data to replicas. Scheduled intervals, engineers need to look into the schedules. Asynchronous replication writes data to all replicas simultaneously. On-premises location refers to systems that are physically located or at an organizational facility. Cloud location refers to systems that are physically or virtually located at a cloud service provider rather than in an organization's facility. Analyze automation strategies to differentiate between elasticity and scalability. Which scenarios demonstrate scalability? A company is hired to provide data processing for 10 additional clients as a linear increase in cost. For the support, the company is hired to provide data processing for 10 additional clients is able to utilize the same servers to complete the test without performing performance reduction. That sounds like elasticity. The company has a 10% increase in 5%. There's A and C. Crap. Scalability is defined as the cost involved in supplying the service to more users is linear. For example, if the number of users doubles in a scalable system, the cost to maintain the same level of service would also double or less than double. If costs more than double, the system is less scalable. A company that is hired to provide data processing for 10 additional clients and has a linear increase in costs for the support is a scalable system. A company that has a 10% increase in clients and a 5% increase in costs is highly scalable due to the cost increase being less than the client increase. Elasticity refers to a system's ability to handle changes in demand in real time. The company that is hired to provide data processing for 10 additional clients and can utilize the same servers to complete the task is displaying elasticity. A company that has a 10% increase in clients and a 10% decrease in server performance is demonstrating linear elasticity. Okay. A company is working to restore operations after a blizzard stop all operations. Evaluate the order of restoration and determine the correct order of restoring devices from first to last. Routers, firewalls, the system. Firewalls, routers, the main system, cloud workstations. Boom. Order of restoration states that switch infrastructure, then routing appliances, followed by firewalls, and then the domain name system should be enabled in that order. The final step is to enable client workstations and devices. The domain name server should not be enabled prior to routers and firewalls. Both routers and firewalls are needed prior to DNS domain name server being operable. Routers should be restored prior to firewalls. Routers should be restored immediately following switch infrastructure, as firewalls are not needed until routers are online. Client workstations should be restored last, as firewalls and domain name servers must be restored prior to bringing the client workstations back online. Let's see. A recent systems crash prompts an IT administrator to perform recovery steps. Which mechanism does the administrator use to achieve non-persistence? Non-persistence. Configuration validation? No. Revert to known state. Okay. Snapshot revert to known state is a saved system state that the administrator can reapply to the instance on a system. This is a mechanism that achieves non-persistence. Configuration validation is a process that ensures that a recovery solution is working at each layer: hardware, network, connectivity, data replication, application. Okay, data replication is a process of reinstating data on a system. Non-persistence would occur by separating any system restore from data replication. Automation may restore a system as software may build and provision an instance according to any template instruction. This is a mastering instruction. Redundant array of independent disks, RAID, is installed with data written to 2 disks with 50% storage efficiency. Which RAID level has been utilized? Level 1. Okay, redundant array of independent disks, level 1, uses mirroring, where data is written to 2 disks simultaneously, which provides redundancy. The main drawback is its storage efficiency is only 50%. RAID level 0 is stripping without parity, resulting in no fault tolerance. Data is written in blocks across several disks. RAID level 5 has stripping with parity. Data is written across 3 or more disks, but additional information is calculated. This allows the volume to continue if one disk is lost. This solution has better storage efficiency than RAID 1. RAID level 6 has double parity, or level 5 with an additional parity stripe. This allows the volume to continue when 2 disks have been lost. Wow, look at me go. Yeah, we can keep going. Oh my gosh, I've nearly increased my knowledge points by tenfold of the required. Okay. Lessons. Just want to make sure, real quick, guys, that I have read all of this stuff. So much. Dude, look at that. 2 sections. It's so overwhelming, man. It's been so long. It's felt like forever. I started like April 18th with these classes and stuff. So I did 2 weeks of classes, and I've been studying all this stuff. I'm trying to get a June 18th test date. But I'm trying to finish reading all this first, and then after that, I will do all the practice exam assessments as much as I can. I'm just going to spam them for hours and hours on end. It's going to be fun. It's going to be so much fun, guys. We're going to learn so much together. Oh! Yeah, I know you guys like that. Stretching. But yeah, that's pretty wild, dude. Like, started from the bottom, now I'm here. Actually, it was the top, but yeah, sure. Whatever. All right, 93%. My brain hurts. All right, so explain the importance of physical site security controls. All right, so we're going into doors, locks, all that stuff. If an attacker can gain access to your premises, there may be lots of opportunities to install rogue devices, vandalize or disrupt systems, or observe confidential information. Consequently, as a security professional, you should be able to explain the importance of installing access and monitoring controls that protect sites against physical intrusion. All right, here we go.
It's easy to overlook physical controls when we like to look into how a Windows system works, or a Linux system works, or an IoT system works. But physical controls are absolutely vital. The primary concern is physical safety to human beings. This is why buildings put in these things called bollards. Bollards are these kind of large, kind of cylindrical, huge devices that are put in front of buildings to keep people from driving a car into the building and either crashing into the building and stealing stuff or harming people, more importantly. You see this as you're walking down the street in various large cities where they have bollards as you're walking across the sidewalk of a bridge, for example. I was in Westminster and saw this to keep people from harming others. So physical security involves things such as fencing, proper lighting, even when it comes to proper HVAC so that people get proper air in the buildings as they're breathing and things like that. But physical security for computers is something to think about along the lines of the computers that we have. Like I've showing here I've got here a Linksys router that has some ports, typical ports on it for networking here. There we go. But there are also some over here that have to do with command and control. And also additional networking. If you're not using ports such as this, you'll want to disable them. It's the same sort of thing when it comes to even a simple PC. A simple PC like this has lots of connections, whether it be USB or what have you. Servers also have lots of connections on them. You need to physically disable them if you're not going to use them to keep people from walking up directly to them. From a security perspective, there's also the idea of how secure is the building that you're in. I once did an audit where I was actually able to find some false ceilings. And these false ceilings are basically, they look like the top of the ceiling is completely safe or completely secure, when in fact they're not. All you have to do is open up the panels and you can crawl from one room to the next. So there might be a big wall, a big door. That door might even have like this one room had a keypad on it, but all I had to do was literally crawl over the wall, and I can get into the CEO's room, and I was also able to get into the server room. So there are physical security concerns as well as logical security concerns that you have to consider.
Physical security controls. Physical access controls are security measures that restrict and monitor access to specific physical areas or assets. They can control access to a building, to equipment, or to specific areas such as server rooms, finance or legal areas, data centers, network cable runs, or any other area that has hardware or information that is considered to have important value and sensitivity. Determining where to use physical access controls requires a cost-benefit analysis and must consider any regulations or other compliance requirements for the specific types of data that are being safeguarded. Physical access controls depend on the same access control fundamentals as network or operating system security. Authentication, create access lists and identification mechanisms to allow approved persons through the barriers. Authorization, create barriers around a resource so that the access can be controlled through defined entry and exit points. Accounting, keep a record of when entry-exit points are used and detect security breaches. Physical security can be thought of in terms of zones. Each zone should be separated by its own barriers. Entry and exit points through the barriers need to be controlled by one or more security mechanisms. Progression through each zone should be progressively more restricted. Site layout, fencing, and lighting. In existing premises, there will not be much scope to influence site layout. However, given constraints of cost and exiting infrastructure, try to plan the site using the following principles. Locate secure zones, such as equipment rooms, as deep within the building as possible, avoiding external walls, doors, and windows. Use a demilitarized zone designed for the physical space. Position public access areas so that guests do not pass near secure zones. Security mechanisms in public areas should be highly visible to increase deterrence. Use signage warnings. Force the idea that security is tightly controlled beyond basic no trespassing signs. Some homes and offices also display signs from the security companies whose services they are currently using. These may convince intruders to stay away. Conversely, entry points to secure zones should be discreet. Do not allow an intruder the opportunity to inspect security mechanisms protecting such zones or even to know where they are. Use industrial camouflage to make buildings and gateways protecting high-value assets unobtrusive, or create high-visibility decoy areas to draw out potential threat actors. Try to minimize traffic having to pass between zones. The flow of people should be in and out rather than across and between. Give high traffic public areas high visibility so that covert use of gateways, network access ports, and computer equipment is hindered and surveillance is simplified. In secure zones, do not position display screens or input devices facing toward pathways or windows. Alternatively, they use one-way glass so that no one can look in through windows. Barricades and entry points. A barricade is something that prevents access, as with any security system. No barricade is completely effective. A wall may be climbed or a lock may be picked, for instance. The purpose of barricades is to channel people through. Define entry and exit points. Each entry point should have an authentication mechanism so that only authorized persons are allowed through. Effective surveillance mechanisms ensure that attempts to penetrate a barricade by other means are detected. Sites where there is a risk of a terrorist attack will use barricades such as bollards and security posts to prevent vehicles from approaching closely to a building at high speed. Fencing. Exterior of a building may be protected by fencing. Security fencing needs to be transparent so that guards can see any attempt to penetrate it. Robust so that it is difficult to cut, and secure against climbing, which is generally achieved by making it tall and possibly by using razor wire. Fencing is generally effective, but the drawbacks is that it gives a building an intimidating appearance. Buildings that are used by companies to welcome customers or the public may use more discreet security methods. Lighting. Security lighting is enormously important in contributing to the perception that the building is safe and secure at night. Well-designed lighting helps to make people feel safe, especially in public areas or enclosed spaces, such as parking garages. Security lighting also acts as a deterrent by making intrusion more difficult and surveillance, whether by camera or guard, easier. The lighting design needs to account for overall light levels, the lighting of particular surfaces or areas, allowing cameras to perform facial recognition, for instance, and avoiding areas of shadow and glare. Gateways and locks. In order to secure a gateway, it must be fitted with a lock. A secure gateway will normally be self-closing and self-locking, rather than depending on the user to close and lock it. Lock types can be categorized as follow. Physicals, like conventional lock prevents the door handle from being operated without the use of a key. More expensive types offer greater resistance against lock picking. Electronic. Rather than a key, the lock is operated by entering a pin on an electronic keypad. This type of lock is also referred to as cipher, combination, or keyless. Smart lock may be opened using a magnetic swipe card or feature a proximity reader to detect the presence of a physical token, such as a wireless key fob or smart card. Generic examples of locks from left to right: standard key lock, deadbolt lock, electronic keypad lock. Biometric. A lock may be integrated with a biometric scanner. Man traps. Apart from being vulnerable to lock picking, the main problem with a simple door or gate as an entry mechanism is that it cannot accurately record who has entered or left an area. Multiple people may pass through the gateway at the same time. A user may hold the door open for the next person. An unauthorized user may tailgate behind an unauthorized user. This risk may be mitigated by installing a turnstile, a type of gateway that only allows one person through at a time. Another option is to add some sort of surveillance on the gateway where security is critical and cost is no object. An access control vestibule or man trap could be employed. A man trap is where one gateway leads to an enclosed space protected by another barrier. Cable locks attached to a secure point on the device chassis. A server chassis might come with both a metal loop and a Kensington security slot, as well as securing the chassis to a rack or desk. The position of the secure point prevents the chassis from being opened without removing the cable first. Yeah, I've used this. I feel like they're kind of meh because all you would have to do is get tools and uninstall, but whatever. Oh, we're at the time. We've hit our time metric. Okay. Give me a second, guys, as I get this set up. Yeah. We're looking at certified ethical hacker. All right. Okay. So we're in hacking web applications. Looking at a web application is a software application running on a web browser that allows a web user to submit data to and retrieve it from a database over the internet or within an intranet. Web applications have helped to make web pages dynamic as they allow users to communicate with servers using server-side scripts. They allow users to perform specific tasks such as searching, sending emails, connecting with friends, online shopping, and tracking and tracing. Entities develop various web applications to offer their services to users via internet. Whenever users need access to such services, they can request them by admitting the Uniform Resource Identifier or Uniform Resource Locator, URI, URL, or the web application in a browser. Common web applications include webmail, online retail sales, online auctions, wikis, and many others. With the wide adoption and of web applications as a cost-effective channel for communication and information exchange, they've also become a major attack vector for gaining access to organizations' information systems. Web applications are an integral component of online business. Everyone connected via the internet uses an endless variety of web applications for different purposes, including online shopping, email chats, social networking. Increasingly, web applications are becoming vulnerable to more sophisticated threats and attack vectors. Web application hacking is the exploitation of applications via HTTP by manipulating the application logics via an application's graphical web interface, tampering with the Uniform Resource Identifier, URI, or HTTP elements not contained in the Uniform Resource Identifier. Methods for hacking web applications include SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgeries, and insecure communications. The last module involved acting as an attacker and assessing the security of a web server platform. Now it is time to move to the next most important stage of a security assessment. An expert ethical hacker penetration tester. Hereafter, a pen tester must test web applications for various attacks such as brute force, cross-site scripting, parameter tampering, and cross-site request forgeries, and secure the web application from such attacks. The labs in this module provide hands-on experience with various web application attacks to help audit web application security in the target organization. The objective of the lab is to perform web application hacking and other tasks that include, but are not limited to, footprinting a web application using various information gathering tools, performing web spidering, detect load balancers, and identify web server directories, performing web application vulnerability scanning, performing brute force and cross-site scripting request forgery attacks, exploiting parameter well, exploiting parameter tampering and cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, exploiting WordPress plugin vulnerabilities, exploiting remote command execution vulnerability, exploiting the file upload vulnerability, gaining backdoor access via a web shell, detecting web application vulnerabilities using various web application security tools. Overview of web applications. Web applications provide an interface between end users and web servers through a set of web pages generated at the server end or that contain script code to be executed dynamically in a client's web browser. Web applications run on web browsers and use a group of server-side scripts such as ASP and PHP, client-side scripts such as HTML and JavaScript to execute the application. The working of a web application depends on its architecture, which includes the hardware and software that performs tasks such as reading requests, searching, gathering, and displaying the required data. Lab tasks. Ethical hackers or pen testers use numerous tools and techniques to perform web application attacks on the target web application. Recommended labs that assist you in learning various web application attack techniques include footprint the web infrastructure, perform web application reconnaissance, perform web application reconnaissance using WhatWeb, perform web spidering using OWASP Zap, detect load balancers using various tools, identify web server directories, perform web application vulnerability scanning using Vega, identify clickjacking vulnerability using iframe, perform web application attacks, perform a brute force attack using Burp Suite, perform parameter tampering using Burp Suite, exploit parameter tampering and cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in web applications, perform cross-site request forgery attack, enumerate and hack a web application using WP scan and Metasploit, exploit a remote command execution vulnerability to compromise a target web server, exploit a file upload vulnerability at different security levels, gain backdoor access via a web shell using Weavly. Lab scenario. Footprint the web infrastructure. The first step in web applications hacking for an ethical hacker or pen tester is to gather the maximum available information about the target organization website by performing web application footprinting using various techniques and tools. In this step, you'll use techniques such as web spidering and vulnerability scanning to gather complete information about the target web application. Web infrastructure footprinting helps you to identify a vulnerability, web applications, understand how they connect with peers and the technologies they use. You'll use techniques such as web spidering and vulnerability scanning to gather complete information about the target web application. Web infrastructure footprinting helps you to identify vulnerable web applications and understand how they connect with peers and the technologies they use, and find vulnerabilities in specific parts of the web app. Architecture, these vulnerabilities can further help you to exploit and gain unauthorized access to web applications. The libs in this exercise demonstrate how easily hackers can gather information about your web application and describe the vulnerabilities that exist in web applications. So lab objectives: perform web application reconnaissance, perform web application reconnaissance using WhatWeb, perform web spidering using OWASP Zap, detect load balancers using various tools, identify web server directories, perform web application vulnerability scanning using Vega, identify click checking vulnerability using iframe, overview of footprinting the web infrastructure. Footprinting the web infrastructure allows attackers to engage in the following tasks. Server discovery. Attackers attempt to discover the physical servers that host a web application using techniques such as whois lookup, DNS interrogation, and port scanning. Service discovery. Attackers discover services running on web servers to determine whether they can use some of them as attack paths for hacking a web app. Excuse me. Server identification. Attackers use banner grabbing to obtain server banners. This helps to identify the make-in version of the web server. Software. Hidden content discovery. Footprinting also allows attackers to extract content and functionality that is not directly linked to or reachable from the main visible content. Task 1. Perform web application reconnaissance. In web application reconnaissance, you must perform various tasks such as server discovery, server identification, or banner grabbing, and hidden content discovery. A professional ethical hacker or pen tester must gather as much information as possible about the target website by performing web application footprinting using various techniques and tools. In this task, we will perform web application reconnaissance to gather information about server IP address, domain name, server names, location and type of server, open ports and services, make, model, version of the web server software, and server-side technology. In this task, target website is going to be moviescope.com. It's hosted by the victim machine, Windows Server 2019 here. The host machine is the Parrot security machine. Okay. Bad password. So in this command, the TAC T4 specifies setting time template. TAC A specifies setting acknowledgement flag, and TAC V enables the verbose output, include all hosts and ports in the output. The result appears displaying the open ports and service running on the machine. Hosting the target website. All right. So we're going to use port 80. Oh, it's still scanning. Oh. Port 80 is the port number assigned to the commonly used Internet Communication Protocol, HTTP. That's why we don't like HTTP. A lot of server security people. So, let's see. There's the server information. Powered by ASP.NET. In real time, an attacker can specify either the IP address of a target machine or the URL of a website. In both cases, the attacker obtains the banner information of the respective target. In other words, if the attacker entered an IP address, they receive the banner information of the target machine. If they enter the URL of the website, they receive the banner information of the respective web server that hosts the website. This concludes the demonstration of how to perform web application reconnaissance, whois lookup, DNS interrogation port, and service discovery, banner grabbing, and firewall detection. Those all open windows. Perform web application reconnaissance using WhatWeb. WhatWeb identifies websites and recognizes web technologies, including content management systems, blogging platforms, statistics and analytics packages, JavaScript libraries, web servers, and embedded devices. It also identifies version numbers, email addresses, account IDs, web framework modules, SQL errors, and more. Here we will perform web application reconnaissance using WhatWeb tool. All right. Right there. There. Hey, look, there's the Microsoft Tech IS. There we go. Title movie scope. Login movie scope. The result appears displaying a detailed report on the target website, such as its IP address, login information, HTTP header information is shown on the screenshots. Now, type web. Real-time attackers use this information to determine website infrastructure and find underlying vulnerabilities and later exploit them to launch further attacks. This concludes the demonstration of how to perform website reconnaissance on a target website using the WhatWeb tool. Close all open windows and documents required. Perform web spidering or wasp zap. I'll be back, guys. Use the restroom. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I was getting some really, really good food. I don't know if you guys have been to Costco recently, but they've got the Island Way sorbet back. Woo! So good. Had it last year. Oh my gosh. Heavenly, awesome frozen sorbet. And true fruit. Even tried their other flavors. I know they got like a blueberry one. I was just talking to him about true fruit because it's so good, you know. And also about Island Way sorbet. Oh. There we go. Here we go. Da, 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 da. No. Nope, nope, nope. Is this still working? Okay. It's looking good. All right. So we're going to do web spidering using OWASP ZAP. OWASP Z Attack Proxy is an integrated penetration testing tool for finding vulnerabilities in web applications. It offers automated scanners as well as a set of tools that allow you to find security vulnerabilities manually. ZAP provides functionality for a range of skill levels, from developers to testers, new to security testing, so security testing to security testing specialists. Here we will perform web spidering on the target website using OWASP ZAP. In this task, okay, we're there. CA proxy. Okay. All right, no, I do not want to persist this session at this moment in time. Hit start. Quick start tab. I need more full screen capability. Right, we're going to detect load balancers on yahoo.com. Okay. Okay, already there. Response appears displaying available load balancers at the target website. As the screenshot demonstrates here, a single host resolves to multiple IP addresses, possibly indicates that the host is using a load balancer. Dig command provides detailed results and is used to identify whether the target domain is resolving to multiple IP addresses. Now, change the font, so I know what you're doing. LBD. Load balancing detector. That makes sense, LBD. LBD. Load balancing detector detects if a given domain uses domain name server and HTTP load balancing via the server and date headers and the difference between server answers. It analyzes the data received from application responses to detect load balancers. Identify web server directories. Web server hosts. Servers host the web applications, so misconfigurations while hosting these web applications may lead to the exposure of critical files and directories over the internet. Professional ethical hacker pen tester must identify the target web application files and directories exposed on the internet using various automated tools such as Nmap and GoBuster. GoBuster. This information further helps. If there's sensitive information here, we will use Nmap and GoBuster tools to identify web server directories on the target website. There, Nmapping. Quitting. Oops. In real-time, attackers use various techniques to detect the vulnerabilities in the target web applications hosted by the web servers, either to gain administrator-level access to the server or to retrieve sensitive information stored on the server. Attackers use the Nmap NSE script HTTP enum to enumerate the applications, directories, and files of the web servers that are exposed on the internet. Through this method, attackers identify critical security vulnerabilities on the target web application. Yes. Terminal. Requester. So directories is directory file brute forcing mode. TechU specifies the target URL, and TechW is the wordless file used for directory brute forcing. Here, common.txt. Result appears displaying the identified web server directories as shown in the screenshot. Real-time attackers use GoBuster to scan the target website for web server directories and perform fast-paced enumeration of the hidden files and directories of the target web application. GoBuster is a command-oriented tool used to brute force URIs in websites, DNS subdomains, and the names of the virtual hosts on the target server. Perform web application vulnerability scanning using Vega. Vega is a web application scanner used to test the security of web applications. It helps you to find and validate SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and inadvertently disclose sensitive information and other vulnerabilities. We will discover vulnerabilities in the target web application using Vega. It's not running. Well, server isn't on here. So 10.10.10.16 is the IP address, and where the DVWA site is hosted on port 8080. Yes. Identify clickjacking vulnerability using iframe. Clickjacking, also known as UI redress attack, occurs when an attacker uses multiple transparent or opaque layers to trick a user into clicking on a button or link on another page when they intend to click on the top level page. Thus, the attacker is hijacking clicks meant for the top level page and routing them to another page, most likely owned by another application domain or both. Here we will identify click-checking vulnerability using iframe. Form web application attacks. For an ethical hacker or pen tester, the next step after gathering required information about the target web application is to attack the web application. They must have required knowledge to perform web application attacks to test the target network's web application security infrastructure. Attackers perform web application attacks with certain goals in mind. These goals may be either technical or non-technical. For example, attackers may breach the security of the web application and steal sensitive information for financial gain or for curiosity's sake to hack the web app. First, the attacker analyzes it to determine its vulnerable areas. Next, they attempt to reduce the attack surface. Even if the target web application only has a single vulnerability, attackers will try to compromise its security by launching an appropriate attack. They try various application-level attacks such as injection, cross-site script detecting broken authentication, broken access control, security misconfiguration, and insecure deserialization to compromise the security of web applications to commit fraud or steal sensitive information. An ethical hacker pen tester must test their company's web application against various attacks and other vulnerabilities. They must find various ways to extend the security test and analyze web applications for which they employ multiple testing techniques. This will help in predicting the effectiveness of additional security measures and strengthening and protecting web applications in the organization. The task in this lab will assist in performing attacks on web applications using various protocol techniques and tools. From a brute force attack using Burp Suite, perform parameter tampering using Burp Suite, exploit parameter tampering and cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in web applications, perform cross-site request forgery attack, enumerate and hack a web application using WP scan and Metasploit, exploit a remote command execution vulnerability to compromise a target web server, exploit a file upload vulnerability at different security levels, gain backdoor access via a web shell using Weevily. Overview of web application attacks. One maintains and accesses web applications through various levels that include web applications, third-party components, databases, web servers, OS operating systems, networks, and security. All the mechanisms of services. Bless you. Oh. All the mechanisms or services employed at each layer help the user in one way or another to access the web application securely. We're talking about web applications, the organization considers security to be a critical component because web applications are major sources of attacks. Attackers make use of vulnerabilities to exploit and gain unrestricted access to the application or the entire network. Attackers try various application-level attacks to compromise security of web applications to commit fraud or steal sensitive information. Task 1. Perform a brute force attack using Burp Suite. Burp Suite is an integrated platform for performing security testing of web applications. It has various tools that work together to support the entire testing process from the initial mapping and analysis of an application's attack surface to finding and exploiting security vulnerabilities. Burp Suite contains key components such as an intercepting proxy, application-aware spider, advanced web application scanner intruder tool, sequencer tool. Here we will perform a brute force attack on the target website using Burp Suite. We will perform brute force attack on the designated WordPress website hosted by Windows Server 2016. Now we will set up Burp Suite proxy by first configuring proxy settings in the browser in the Mozilla Firefox browser. Click the open menu icon on the right corner and select preferences from the list. Cluster bomb uses multiple payload sets. There's a different payload set for each fab position up to a maximum of 20. The attack iterates through each physical payload, the set in turn, so that all permutations of payload combinations are tested. For example, if there are 2 payload positions, the attack will place the first payload from payload set 2 into position 2 and iterate through all payloads. Payload set 1 in position 1, it will then place the second payload from payload set 2 into position 2 and iterate through payloads in payload set 1 in position 1. Work. And it's not working. Ah. All right, well, that's not working. Before we go on to the next one, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Oh. see. Indiana Jones 5? The Crystal Skull was so bad. Oh, whatever. I don't know. I'm apprehensive about this. All right. So, task 3, exploit parameter tampering and cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in web applications. Parameter tampering is a simple.
I think
Hey.
we were pregnant.
Which neighbor?
The neighbor next door.
The
All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye.